Okay, we're live in 2025. Hey, everybody. How's it going? And welcome back to our awesome crew and all of you guys in chat to our first stream in 2025 here in Slices and Dices. Thank you so much for being part of our awesome community. I'm looking forward to this year immensely. There's so many amazing things that are coming down the pike that I am excited, like within the core of my soul, to gift to you all and to have other people gift to you within Slices and Dices, our community. This is going to be a great year for us. I can tell. I could feel it. I could feel it in my plums, as a Will Ferrell persona may have said once or twice. But tonight we've got a fifth person ready to go on the B team. Look at that! The circle is now complete. And we're ready to kick some butt. B team, so-called B team. Who knows? Maybe the A team really is the B team. And these guys are the real heroes that they may not be the heroes that we need, but they are the heroes that we deserve. So that's. That is, yes, you exemplify that 100%, Megan. Hey, who knew? A whole bunch of silly people could save the world. Let's jump.
Special people this tired.
Yes, let's jump into the game. This is, of course, our ongoing Ravenloft Domains of Dread campaign. We've sort of taken the main plot, if you want to call it that, and put it off to the side a little bit, and then telling the encapsulated story of these five folks. Well, five now, but certainly was before, but now we have all five back together, and we are ready to roll with them. So, it's only fair that I tell you what happened up to this point, I would say. Yes, of course. So let's go with a recap that we haven't done in the same fashion, which is to do this recap as a poem, which I may have gotten help with. So please, you must excuse me for the horrible fashion of said poem. Here we go. I need some water.
What sort of poem?
It's just a poem. I don't know what. I'm not a poet. Here we go. Previously on Ravenloft Domains of Dread. In the heart of the night, under a blood-red sky, a carnival loomed where the lost souls cry. Elizabeth's grace, Sai's lightning speed, Vaara's strength, and Grzdlyn's creed. The laughter was hollow. The shadows grew tall. Tasha's kiss waited in her demonic thrall. But they stood as one through the chaos and flame, broke her chains, and reclaimed her name. The villagers wept, but they built anew, a town reborn where hope broke through. But the mists rolled in and took them away to a strange new place where shadows play. The Vage Agency called, their mission unclear. Reunited with Xarghuul, their comrade dear. The stakes grew high, the world on the line. But their fire burns bright. It's their time to shine. Our Dampier's shadow, silent and keen. Our Harringons dash through places unseen. Our Goliath's power, our goblin spells. Our kobolds return. And now all is well. So onwards they march through domains untold, with hearts united and spirits bold. The mists will rise, and our B team may fall. But together they stand, for one and for all.
Yay!
Sounds like you were a poet and didn't know it, Matt.
I mean, I had help. Thanks, John. He probably is not watching the stream, but thanks, John. Oh my god, I got a hype chest as a reward. Thanks, hype chest. I got to hype my heart remote. Choo choo. Awesome. And it is in yes, Jeff Messon recognized it is in iambic pentameter. or as close to it as I could manage, because Xarghuul's...
Well done, sir. Well done.
I try. I may not be a Billy Shakesy, but I try.
That's pretty good.
It won't be bad. So that's where we are. In fact, you folks are all now in the Vage agency, supposedly, having traveled here through the mists, and have reunited, as I stated, with Xarghuul, your cleric, your kobold cleric companion. Kobold cleric companion. A lot of going on in there.
Which amusingly only Liz remembers because
Yes, that is very true.
Vaara does not remember him.
Accurate.
Who?
Right.
I have never seen this one before. What?
I've never seen it before either. I don't know who he is.
Once you entered this this strange office space, you noticed that the color around you, which you normally expect to see, has completely vanished from the room and your environs, as well as yourselves.
Okay. So it's like we're in dark vision then.
Yeah, depending on your view of dark vision. Yes, it's in shades of black and white and gray.
This is strange. What is...
Everybody looks like me now. This is weird.
So, there is a woman who sits behind a desk.
And Xarghuul.
And Xarghuul, who sits in a comfy, plush, leather chair. The woman sits behind the desk, stands and says, "Well, don't just stand there gawking. Come on in." She sits on the desk side saddle, strikes a flint, and lights a long cigarette, which she places into a metallic holder. "Close the door behind you, will you? You're letting in the draft."
Can't you?
Lets out a long exhalation of smoke from her lungs.
Aren't you fun?
Oops. That's right. There we go.
Bruce is gonna scramble up the side of the bookcase and like hang out over here.
This woman, who I think only Xarghuul has actually met, and very briefly so, says, "Take a seat, will you? Got some things to talk to you about. I've already talked to your little friend over there."
Okay.
Our little what?
You don't know him, but I do. Xarghuul, where's Catherine?
There's a bit of a story behind that. Yeah, we got separated again. The mist came in and, well, the world was falling apart and I ran, she ran, we ran in different directions and, well, I don't know where she is now.
Hopefully she's safe.
Yeah, the mists, they'll do strange things. Can't say that it's the first time I've heard that happen to anybody that I know. Certainly not to people that I care about. But that's not what's important right now. What's important...
What is important?
Is the five of you helping me to solve a case.
And
Do
you
we know
are?
her too? And
I don't know her. Do you know her?
No, but I don't
Liz,
know
do you know who
anybody.
this is?
We've never met. But I'm gonna pick up my notebook and I'm gonna start like writing down what she's saying.
Well, if you guys
Who are you,
are
lady?
as competent as your little buddy here, Xarghuul, says that you are, then I think there's a good chance that you folks are the ones that I could be...
Did you bring
I'm sorry, say that again.
Did you bring us here?
I had nothing to do with bringing you here. I guess sometimes Lady Luck is just on my side.
Right.
Not this
Luck.
lady
That's
of
something else
luck.
that we're supposed to know.
Talkative bunch.
It's just a
I'm
phrase.
just confused. It's normal.
It's alright.
Can tell you're not
Okay,
the...
tell us of this lady of luck.
not the brains of the bunch, but I can understand that maybe you're the muscle. Am I wrong? She sort of sidles up alongside of the desk and points her cigarette holder at you, Vaara.
I mean, I have lots of muscles, and Vaara just kind of flexes, and you just see the pop, pop, pop.
She crosses. She crosses. She crosses her ankles and sort of rests her elbow on top of her wrist and takes a long drag and blows it out. You see sort of strange, almost sort of objects appearing in the smoke, and she's saying, "Which one of you is the brains of this operation?"
I think that would be me.
Yeah, Grizz just pulls out her pipe and lights it and sort of mimics this woman who hasn't introduced herself from on top of the bookcase.
She sort of cocks her head.
Waits in rapt attention to see if you also make smoke animals.
She cocks her head at Grzdlyln, and I can't believe I pronounced your name wrong for the 17th time in a row. And she says, "See anything you're interested in there, Dal?"
What?
Okay, moving on. And you, Rabbit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what's your gimmick?
What do you mean gimmick?
What do you do? What's your jive? What's the spiel? What's the hocus pocus? Come on, give me the 2-4.
Well, maybe I don't feel like talking. How about that?
She sort of spins around on her desk, the sort of very polished desk. She spins around and fluidly turns to the desk. She pulls it open with a squeak of wood. She pulls out a crystal glass, which she places on the table. And fluidly, still looking at you, Sai, from another part of the desk, pulls out a decanter of a brown liquor, pours it. And she says, "You drinker, Sai?"
I've been known to partake a few times, you know.
She takes the drink. She sort of straightens up and then slowly and fluidly walks over to you, bends down at the hips, and just places the drink right in your lap. Give that one a shot.
Thanks, Dal.
Tell me what you think.
Sai will take a swig and so is this like something smooth that she's drinking, or is this kind of harsh?
Do you want to sip from it?
Yeah.
Okay. Make a Constitution saving throw. Let's see how smooth it is. Okay. It's pretty harsh. Burns pretty harshly, I would say, Sai. How does Sai react?
As she's holding the glass, hold on, I'll just grab him up. So she's holding it and then just goes.
Little strong.
Over on the bookcase, you just hear, "Adventure."
The woman leaves the glass with you, Sai, and then turns to Xarghuul. Turns to Xarghuul and says, "So, you think these guys got what it takes? You think they got the moxie? Take on a case from yours truly? You spoke pretty highly of him when you got here."
Well, Elizabeth over there, yeah, she likes any investigation that she can really sink her teeth into, and Vaara is Well, she's the one that asks questions.
Okay. Well, this one's a pretty important one. I can understand why you think that maybe when they came in the door that somehow or other this case has to do with saving the world. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. That's not really my say-so. But I can say this, it's one of the most damn interesting cases that I've ever been put on. And I don't think I can do it alone.
Well, now you're speaking my language.
I thought
What kind of case are you talking about, I wonder?
It's
And, excuse me, just to interject, I have never met you, she points to Xarghuul, and nor you. So if you would please to be explaining, who are you? I just want to know before we case.
The woman sort of spins on her heel and fluidly moves back to the desk and sort of sits in it, side saddle, continuing to smoke from this long cigarette holder. And she points at you, Xarghuul, and she says, "After you, little man. I'll take the last seat on this."
Just a quick question out of above board. What languages does Grizz know?
Excellent question. Let me check. Grizz speaks Common, Druidic, Giant, and Goblin.
Okay. Well, then you just hear coming from Xarghuul in very, very broken Goblinese.
God.
Hello, I am Xarghuul. Pleased to meet you. But the meat is like food meat.
Grizz kind of raises one non-existent goblin eyebrow at you, because apparently that's what all my characters in Ravenloft do. And she says, it responds in Goblin. Oh yes, lovely to meet you as well.
Whoa.
You don't. If you don't speak Goblin, you don't hear
Goblin.
No.
Okay.
I do.
No, he just
But
knows
I
that
think
basically
Vaara's
one
just like,
sentence in
"Oh."
Goblin. Because he's got the linguist. So he knows short sentences, or basically
all
every
languages.
language, but he
Love
doesn't
it.
understand Goblin.
All right, that is taken care of. And you? And she turns back to our mystery
Host? Yeah, she sort of takes a long inhale, blows out, and what seems to be a somewhat questionable amount of smoke, which fills the space in front of her quite amazing visage. I'm going to give you some art, actually, for her.
Yay! Art.
Yeah.
Where is it? There it is.
Show us our girl. It's Friday.
Yeah, exactly. Where is it? That's not it. Sorry, give me 1 second. That's why. There we go. Art. Here we go.
The idea that the smoke is playing games or playing with a toy of some sort before it dissipates.
Playing with a toy. Sorry, I didn't hear that one. Sorry.
Like a yo-yo or something like that. Like if you've ever seen Treehouse before with
Oh, right.
Nosferatu, yeah.
This is what she looks like. There we go.
Nice.
What a dame.
She's a hot one.
That she is.
You could burn. Careful, boys. You could burn your fingers on that one.
She's wearing these sort of interesting leather gloves.
Mechanical eye?
That's a very good point, Vaara. She does, in fact, have what seems to be an eye that does not match the same color as her other eye. And upon closer inspection, once the smoke clears, her eye is artificial. Yeah.
Interesting.
And she says, the name's vague. Flamira vague. As in, and she points to the door, the vague agency. It's my shop.
Okay, so you're
Have I ever heard
Name
of
is
this
on the door.
agency?
You're important. Understood.
Owen?
I just like to be polite, you know. Oh, I am Grzdlyln. Grzdlyln. It's pleasure to meet you.
Mind if I just call you Grizz?
Whatever, that's what they all do too.
Yeah, I overheard your name, Sai, talking to your friend there. And then that one's Liz. Points over Elizabeth.
Elizabeth. Well, this is fine.
Liz it is. Then we've got Czar. Just like to call him Czar. Little cutie over there. And you said
You see a little bit of a blush when she calls him cute.
she sort of she looks over at Vaara and says, "Any last name?"
I don't know.
Fair enough.
Apparently, maybe that's something I could hire you to find out for me.
I have been searching for some time, and well,
Oh, you have?
she doesn't remember
Okay. Hey, thanks.
who she is.
She
Nope.
Well, I didn't. Well, this morning I didn't get to do my usual ritual where I show you all the information we've gathered since then.
She sort of squints at Vaara and says, case of amnesia, huh? All right. Take that one on retainer if need be. Sort of writes down something hastily on a piece of paper. Says, Vaara.
What?
Name doesn't spring to mind. Doesn't ring any bells in my mind here. Maybe.
You have bills?
Well, it's
I
probably
don't
what people
think-
shout at me on the street, I think.
Yes. We don't know her
Yeah.
real name, and that's okay.
Oh, so that's not your real name. It's a hocus pocus make-uppy, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Writes down something inscrutable. So, to the point, need the five of you to help me solve the case of, well, sort of a combination of things. How much do you know about trains? I'm assuming that
What?
none of
Do
you
know anything about a train?
I'm assuming
Yeah,
that
no,
none of you even know what this word perhaps even means.
Grizz just
So,
goes, what is
I
train?
can
Oh,
Training?
good. It's
Can
not
I-
just me.
can I make a roll to see if I might know anything since I have met Alanik in the past?
You have met Alanik.
And although I worked for him, according
But-
to my backstory, and Arthur's my cousin. So,
That's
you know,
very true. I'm going to make the DC pretty high. But
what do
give
you
it
want me to roll, Matt?
make a make a Arcana roll. Yeah, make an Arcana.
Arcana.
Yeah, Arcana.
Oh, that's a stat I'm actually not amazing at. Okay. We'll make an Arcana roll. Why not, right? Got nothing to lose. That's a 16.
You've never heard of a train.
That's perfectly fair.
I mean, like,
Never
like
hurts to try.
training, like combat, like, what do you mean?
No. I mean like a lightning rail. You know what I'm talking about? No? Sort of, she just looks and
Lightning!
scans the
I
room.
mean, I know what lightning is, but
Yeah, no,
I
I'm
do
not.
know lightning, and Grizz starts to move her hands like she's about to cast a spell, and stops and looks up and goes, "Oh, maybe not inside. No, okay, never mind."
Xarghuul, if you want to roll, you can roll. Yeah, Arcana, that's fine. Yeah, I
Arcana?
guessed. Yep, Arcana.
Okay, not trained in Arcana, but still, we'll roll it. Yep, definitely not.
That's a negative, Ghost Rider. Sorry, sir. She says, no. I don't mean lightning like the pew, bang stuff. I'm talking about the lightning rail. Bullet trains.
I do not think we have that in swamp.
You
I've
know?
heard of bullets before.
No. Not bullets. Boulettes. The bullet train. Never heard of the bullet train?
Doesn't ring a bell.
I have an idea, but no, that's not going to work. Because
No.
Xarghuul was a kobold, so he's used to working underground with maybe pushing carts around on rails. So maybe he would know that.
Carts on rails. I mean, you know what a rail
Yeah.
is, I guess, right?
Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, I guess it's
Yeah,
kind of like
not
that.
powered.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it,
Cobalt.
it's like a big set of carts. They're all on rails, and it's powered by an engine of sorts. It's powered by another cart that's got a magical induced power source at the front of it, and that's what pulls all the carts behind it.
Okay, so
So
it's
it like strikes the horses so that they can pull everything. Is that what it is?
It's hard
So it's
talking
like
to you
mini
primitives
version-
about things like this. It's real hard, but hey, it's fine. Let me see if I can just make it real simple. In my world, we do things a little differently than probably all the other places that you're from. We use these lightning rails, these trains, to move things and people around. We have places where these trains stop. They call it stations. These stations pick people up, or they pick up other things, and then the trains keep on going. Making any sense, or am I just barking up the wrong trees here?
Following it.
Why would you need to
Go on.
Sounds interesting. I want to see some of
Are you a
this.
dog?
She takes a swig from her glass, which she's now produced in that same brown liquid. Doesn't seem to have the same effect on her as it does on you, Saj. She seems to take it like she's drinking water. She sips, puts it down, takes up her cigarette, blows out another voluminous cloud of smoke, and says, "So, yesterday," she says, "Yesterday, there was a kind of a big to-do over one of these trains at one of the stations that it stopped at. One of my good friends. Well, he was on a case. Let's just call him a friend and not a competitor, because that's what he is. Sorry, she, not he. Beg your pardon.
Oh.
Yep. Yep.
Who's
One of my good friends. Yeah. I'll let
Yes.
you, yeah. Her name was is. I don't know if is, was, could be wrong. I could be right. I don't know, to be perfectly honest. She's been missing since yesterday. Well, since the incident, of course. And her name, if I can remember it.
time did this incident occur?
One thing at a time, doll. One thing at a time. Her name is Valdak. Yeah, she's kind of a taller version of, and she points at Xarghuul. What's known as a dragonborn. You ever heard of a dragonborn before?
yes, this does sound familiar.
There we go. Okay, so female dragonborn. She's an investigator like me. She was investigating some ne'er-do-wells doing incorrectly things there and here and there at the train station. She got near one of the trains that seemed to stop by the tracks. Next thing you know, bang, boom, the whole thing blows to smithereens. My friend is gone. She could be dead. She could be missing. And I don't know what has happened or why.
So the train blew up and your friend is missing and you want us to find her?
I want you to tell me
Fate.
what happened to her. And I want you to tell me why what happened.
Happened.
She stops speaking, blows out a cloud of smoke, and then disappears from
Okay.
character as Matt G says that there is a raiding party from Maestria Nord. Well, hello, Maestria Nord. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for joining us. What's happening? And then lapses, goes right back into character. So,
And while Miss Phage is telling this story, Xarghuul's looking over at Elizabeth, seeing if she's noting all this down in her little notebook.
She absolutely is, yes.
So this friend of yours was looking for people who do the bad things?
yeah,
Or
that's,
did a bad thing? Or were doing bad things?
yeah.
Is it possible that these people she was looking for are the reason everything go boom?
Unlikely.
Well, let's just
I looked into it yesterday, and well,
Do you know what they were investigating?
Unfortunately, I don't. It's hard for me to leave the office sometimes, so I have to get people to help me out. That's what this little baby's for. And she pats a very strange object on her desk.
What's that?
The object,
I wanna look at that.
it looks like a receptacle of some kind, and hanging from a hook, there is a sort of a strange sort of mechanical receiver with wires sticking out of it. And she says, I can usually make pretty decent calls on this thing. Can't really get out myself very much.
So just for
Why?
my own personal understanding, it's basically like a candlestick or a candlestick telephone.
Yeah, it looks like a candlestick telephone. For our modern purposes, it looks just like that, actually.
Okie doke.
All right.
Quick question, Miss Phage.
It's vague,
This-
darling, vague.
Phage, sorry. This competitor, whatever you want to call her, does she have her own building that she works from, like this one?
Oh, most likely somewhere. I mean, I don't really keep tabs on her very much, but assume that she does, but can't imagine her office is nice. I can be sure of that.
I think that may be best place
Might be
to
more
start,
colourful.
don't you think?
Her office?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where that
Okay.
is, to be perfectly honest.
Or maybe the place where the explosion happened?
The station? Yeah, that's probably the best place to start if you think about it.
That's a very good point.
Yeah,
I think that's
there's
the
a
obvious point.
got a call from the lead investigator yesterday, right after it occurred. He's a schmo that I see sometimes, coming into my office asking me for help. Can't really say I like him
What's
very
their
much. Yeah, his name is Vemar Bavask. Main lead investigator on the case.
Does
Wait, so
everybody
you
here
have
names that start with V?
you have investigator on case, but you also want us to investigate case?
He's not a private investigator. He works for, and she puts up like her two fingers, the law. And you know how the law can be so good at their job.
Oh, yes, I do.
I did not know laws could have jobs. Interesting.
Yeah, if you want any more information,
Oh,
if you want any more
that's why
information, Vemar did tell me that there was a witness. A gnome woman by the name of Rowan Blithwillow. Supposedly she's the only woman who saw the whole thing and survived. It was a dark and misty night. I think that she was the only person who actually saw what the hell happened. So you might want to start with her. From what I understand, Vemar has her held up for questioning right at the station.
At the train
Well,
station?
perhaps we can talk to her then.
Yeah, at the train station.
Well, then if we're going there, we can talk to her then. I'm sure we can find a way to access this person.
One would hope.
Who knows? Maybe she'll know something interesting.
Any more questions for me before I let you guys out?
You got a map so we can actually know where we're going?
Just head out the door and trust me, you'll find where you need to be.
If there was an explosion, I
Just
suppose we
one.
just follow the smoke.
Well, is there a name for the place we're going?
Where are you going? She says
The station.
intently, as she looks directly at you, Elizabeth.
The name of the train station you
Oh,
mentioned?
so you are heading to the station itself.
I believe my friends spoke quite adequately. I like a good mystery.
So she sort of smiles and blows in, blows out, and she says, yeah, that would be Boulette 107. You go out that door and you'll make your way through and you'll find it. Trust me.
Is there any other information you'd like to share before we leave?
Not that I have. Greatly appreciate you helping out a poor, defenseless old lady like myself.
Oh, come on, you're not that old.
You kobolds say the sweetest things.
And again, Xarghuul just slightly blushes and heads towards the door.
I don't know if we can see the blush in the gray escape.
It's just a darker shade of gray. Yeah, it's just.
Yeah. Well, it's more in the actions he does.
Grizz is just gonna hop down from the bookcase and sort of just totter over to where Sai is, take the glass and down it.
Constitution saving throw, please, Grizz.
Gonna try that, but alright.
Yeah, put your savings wherever your mouth is.
Oh, there it is.
There you go.
I mean, she did kind of put it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Right in there.
Flamera sort of arches an eyebrow in a very familiar fashion. And says, come back and see me sometime. She just spins her chair around, and all you see is just big cloud of smoke coming out of the back.
Tall enough for me. And then she'll plunk the glass down, look at Sai, and say, that is how you drink. And then we'll follow Xarghuul to the door.
And Xarghuul hold the door open for all the ladies to come out.
No.
Just sits there and goes, you drink, and then follows you guys out.
Now, did Xarghuul discuss a rate for this job?
You talking to whom?
Oh, I'm just talking aloud. Xarghuul, did you discuss a rate for this job?
A rate? No, I don't think I did. What's a rate?
We don't work for free, Xarghuul.
Oh, you want coin? No. I think I've heard you humans say the term pro bono.
I'm gonna
bones?
look at him very close.
As long as dinner's involved, that's fine with me. I will work for dinner.
I'm like staring at him, giving him the look like, are you fucking with me?
Best party ever. Best party ever. Who needs rewards?
Who needs money?
I want a swamp, and I don't think she has one in her office. So
I am going to approach the desk and sort of lean on and be like, we never did discuss.
She just blows a cloud of smoke in the air, stares at you. It's a shame for you, darling. Such a beautiful face. So little time. Taps her fingernails on the table. Now get out there and solve that case.
God damn it.
Is Body gonna do body stuff?
I mean, we do need to eat and, have lodgings and perhaps give some money to people who need it.
She blows out another cloud of smoke and says, hold on, let me see if
you
I
have one of those.
Let me see if I got one for you. She pulls out a pouch. Ting! Flips up a coin. Flips up in the air. Catches it in the middle of the air. Says, keep the change, you filthy animal. She spins around in the chair. Blows out the smoke.
Now, what did she just give me?
She gave you a coin.
Okay, but is it like copper?
It's gold.
Silver? That's gold. She gave me a gold.
But how can we tell in this universe?
That's true. You look at it, you're like... Yeah, exactly.
Like, wait a minute.
Is this a...
I like to think different coins have like a different heft to it.
I guess you'll find out when you get back to Color World.
Yeah.
You want me to bite it? I'm really good at tasting metal.
Now I'm going to
Where's
give
the
you to the
cigarette?
count of 3 to get you ugly, yellow,
God damn it.
keister out of here before
Oh,
I
good
pump you before I pump you full of lead. God, I've wanted to say this in a Dungeons and
just
Dragons
asked
game
for
for
a
such a long time. She reaches for the drawer on her desk. 1, 2. My son just goes
want
10.
a cigarette. I don't smoke, but I think I might need to take up the hobby.
She actually does sort of smile at you for that. And she says, it's a horrible habit.
It is. It is. Now, do you have an extra one?
Come to think of it, I've never needed another one.
Oh, she's vaping.
You know what?
You've been misspelling her name this entire time. It's not Flamira Vague, it's Vape.
Amazing. There. Okay. I'm gonna pat Xarghuul on the back and just be like, next time you have a job for us, maybe talk the terms first.
This is still new to me, but I will try and remember that, yes. Good day, Miss Vague. And walk out, close the door.
Elizabeth, you go with him, I assume? Because you're still in the office, huh?
I left.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so weird.
Yeah.
It still shows you
Just
as...
needs to catch up.
Oh, there we go. It just needs to catch up. Sorry about that. Apologies.
Fair.
Yeah, there we go. So you close the door. The door, the lights that you see within the frosted glass behind the door go out. And the door handle disappears.
Whoa.
Backside culling.
Grizz hops up on the desks and just starts rummaging around on what's on all of them, just out of curiosity.
Yeah, you see a lot of sort of illustrations and writings. They seem to be potential like disappearances or missing people. But you all see a big stamp on them, like a big gray and black stamp that says case solved. And then the second one, case solved. Case solved. And underneath the case solved in small sort of stamp, it says, if it's not vague, it's not the vague agency.
Can't possibly see how she solves mysteries where she hangs out in her office all day, but so be it.
I don't
Maybe
know. I
it
think
has
she
something
uses
to
that
do with her
magic
eyes.
stick. Either way, if we are going to station, let's go to station. She said
Fair thing.
things
I don't remember
explode and... Things explode, people disappear. Maybe it's magic, we should look. And as we walk, I will ritually cast Detect Magic.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
I'm pretty sure this is the door to go, since I don't remember this door being here before.
That is correct.
I have Louisa level passive
wonderful.
perception now, Matt.
Good stuff. Okay. As you move through this hallway, you see, a number of other doors, none of which have writing on them, but they all have that same sort of frosted glass look to them. But
I want to try to open this one. Oops, it worked.
It
Aha.
does. It does
And then I
indeed.
close it again.
Yeah.
It's a bathroom.
Grizz, no, it's a very large room.
Yeah.
Big table and chairs.
Yeah, there are. This is.
Ooh.
Yep, there are. You open the door. You see that inside this room are other rooms. This is a seemingly some kind of a meeting room, and the other one that Elizabeth has gone into is seemingly another kind of an office.
Okay. I would like to look around this office to see if I can find any sort of identifying marker for this agency.
Okay. Make a perception check.
Yes, sir. Perception.
Yeah,
Well, you didn't roll a perception like Louisa does.
that's for sure.
At 20,
Uncalled for. Thank you.
it's a low blow, guys. It's a low blow.
Yeah, you don't see anything other than research room written on the glass, but it's sort of scraped away. Like you just see small fragments of what seem to be paint on the frosted glass, but it just says research room.
Okay.
And I poke around in this room.
Yeah, this one, there's no writing on the door, but it does seem to be some kind of a conference room or a meeting room of some kind. It's got a long ovoid table. There's a couple of books or papers on the table itself, small lamps. The table itself is filigreed and very beautiful looking. The chairs are leather-backed, very expensive looking. And a couple of cabinets by where Sai is.
Anything interesting written on any of these books or papers?
Make an investigation check.
I want to rummage through the Chesterfields.
Ooh, the one I am not good at. There we go.
Yeah, Grzdlyln.
4.
Grzdlyln. I keep saying Grzdlyln. I don't know why I keep doing that. So I'm just gonna say Grizz because it's easier.
It's just a thing.
There
It
you go.
is Grizz. No, you sort of like leaf through it, but to you, it's like reading Latin. Like you just don't understand what the hell's going on in there. It's like lots of notes, lots of like strange words and symbols on here, but you are unable to make heads or tails of it.
Meh, boring.
Is there
Scrambles
a
down off the
bowl
table.
of hard candy anywhere?
There is no bowl of hard candy.
Oh, this place
I know.
Rob visibly wilts. She is so disappointed.
I do just want to poke my head out the room at Vaara. Just like, so I'm looking for something that can show we've been here. Can you help us? Can you help me find that?
Something that could show we've been here? Have we been here?
Well, if we're working for the Vague Agency, having proof we work for them is very important.
Oh. Well then hang on. And Vaara's gonna go back to the other room and grab one of the case files that says solved Vague Agency. And come back and hand it to Liz. You go, here you go.
Okay.
We've been here.
I just want to peek through this case file and see what it says.
Yeah, the case file is about a doctor, a missing doctor, named. Hold on for 1 second. I'll tell you. Dr. Ricardo Steinifo. Doctor of orthopedic surgery. Ricardo Steinifo. But it seems like he was missing in some place called Corvair. Khorvare.
Right.
But he seems to, by the fact that it says solved, I guess this person was found. Dead or alive, potentially.
Okay. And in this particular room, do I notice anything interesting?
Make a perception check. Look around. Well, you already did make a perception check. Oh, look, the cops are here.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Oh, they found you.
Sorry, that's not trend.
That's fine.
I am the law, damn it.
I am the law. No, you actually, well, with that perception check, with a 28 perception check, you do notice that there's, there's a whole bunch of bookshelves, to the southeast of you. There's also a desk. Looks like there's a couple of ashtrays with a whole bunch of those cigarettes on them.
Wait.
Inside of
Wait, but she's told me that's the only one she can. Someone's fucking with me.
You ignored half of my questions. Of course she's fucking
Are there,
with you. She's fucking with all of us.
Are there any unused cigarettes?
No, they're all old. They're very, very old and used and stubbed out.
Damn. Okay. Oh yeah,
Chris
then
is
I'm just gonna
rummaging in cabinets.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
go
take a
ahead.
perusal through
That's what
this
I want
book,
to do,
see if I see anything interesting.
Yeah, make an investigation
If anyone
check.
finds any hard candy, let me know. Everybody else is going to solve a train murder, and Vaara is going to solve the mystery of the missing hard candy.
Which is more important?
Where is it missing
Not
from?
so good this time.
Only the deep dark recesses of her mind? Great.
Not so good. I only got a 12.
Yeah, I think that a lot of it is either locked away, like some of these bookshelves seem to be locked. The ones that aren't, you just see sort of illustrated, what seem to be like perhaps older either periodicals or newspapers or something like that from the different places that Flamera seems to have been. You see names of towns that most of them you don't recognize. You do see one, however, I don't know if you've been there or not, but you do see a periodical from a city that says the Ilaluk, Ilaluk, Ilaluk.
Mm-hmm.
It's some kind of a newspaper or periodical from that city.
Okay. Isn't that a city in Darkon?
It is a city in Darkon, yes.
Okay. I mean, I've definitely heard of the city. I don't know if I've ever been there.
While I'm playing my stupidest character.
What's the periodical from Ilaluk say?
Well, it says Major Jewel Heist. That's the sort of front story on it. Major Jewel Heist. Ilaluk.
Okay. And that's not locked up, is it?
No. It's available for you to look at it for certain.
Perfect. Then yeah, I'm going to pick it up.
Okay.
And just kind of peruse through it as I'm pacing in this office.
Yeah. It speaks about how in one of the major banks in this supposed city, Ilaluk, there was a massive heist of jewels. The perpetrator, the culprit of said crime, has yet to be found.
Great. Just pocket that.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Gonna go check on everyone else then. Unless Vaara needs something. Or if she's just following me around.
Vaara's following you around, and I think is feeling a bit petty because in her mind, there should have been candy in this office. She's frustrated.
Still on the candy thing.
So I think she's hungry, man. My stomach is like really starting to talk, and so she's feeling just a little petty. So she just knocks one of the books off of the bookcase like a disgruntled cat and leaves the room.
Okay.
If you're hungry, we can get you something to eat when we leave.
Yes, please.
Great. I'm gonna go check on the others then, since they're... I think we did.
Pretty sure
Definitely gonna peek in the other
scientists
one.
are over here rummaging through cabinets.
Yeah, the cabinets are all locked.
Well, son of a bitch.
Good thing we brought our old friend Mr. Crowbar.
Oh, yeah. I've heard from her.
So you're just going to break into somebody's personal shit. I love it. Okay, sounds great. Go for it.
No, Liz isn't. I'm not that kind of character, but she does have a crowbar.
Okay.
I mean, we both have crowbars.
Sure.
Oh, well, fair.
By all
There you go.
means.
You do you. I'm just gonna look in, see you with a crowbar trying to pry open one of the cabinets. I'm just gonna walk right out.
I mean,
Grizz
Don't
hops
have
up on the
these
table to
tools.
watch Sai.
What you doing here, Sai?
Oh, if you
I mean, she does have thieves' tools as well.
Mm-hmm.
well, then use those, silly.
Oh, I have thieves' tools as well too. But do you have proficiency with them?
I don't know. Both Disguise Kit and Thieves' Tools have question marks, so I don't know if they were...
Oh, that's just the way the sheet puts them in there.
It's just question mark because it's the attribute it's asking for.
Yeah, it's just querying the attribute.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it says, it says I'm proficient, so...
Nice.
Alright, so I'll try to unlock this cabinet.
Okay,
Maybe there's food in there.
sure.
Attribute.
Dex, I think.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is a
we'll use
dexterity.
It's usually Dex.
Yep, dexterity check.
And it gave me an option. I don't know.
Yeah, there's-
Okay.
Thieves' tools is
See how this
dexterity check
goes.
with proficiency. Cool.
Nice.
So yeah, Sai, with a flip of your bunny wrist, you're able to stick your thieves' tools into the lock in the cabinet, and you hear a ka-tink, and I'd like you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, good. I'm very
Oh,
good
boy.
at these.
Was
I'm
that
gonna guidance
sarcasm
myself.
or?
I don't think you have time to guidance yourself.
Well, let me double check.
No, guidance is an action, so this is before that occurs.
Oh, touch a willing creature, yeah.
You're just joining the club that Emmy joined when she blew up a safe.
That's fine. Cool. So, you feel a sharp pain in your palm, and you look down, and there is a line that has spread across your palm, and it's welling up with blood. So you will only take half the poison damage. So you'll actually only take 5 poison damage.
Does the lock open though?
It's the sharp wood.
The lock does, in fact, open. But yes.
Splinters.
okay.
Sharp wood.
So, what did I need to avoid the poison damage?
Well, a dexterity saving throw was successful, but unfortunately,
only took half.
because you
You
didn't
took
disarm the trap that was on there.
Oh, okay.
Search for traps. Always search for traps.
Especially when you're pilfering other people's shit. So the door does open.
Magical detective.
Exactly, right? Magical detective agency where you're just stealing other people's stuff. Yeah, so
we're trying to find out who this woman is.
sure, might as well
Very
just
confused.
go through their shit. So you open the door opens up. There are 3 things in there, actually. And you recognize one of them being a rather sort of beautiful and carved dagger with sort of red crystals on it, on the hilt. And then you also recognize 3 scroll cases.
Nice. Didn't Grizz have Detect Magic up?
I was in the process of ritually casting it. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, if that's the case, then
No,
yeah.
that one-
I think that probably by now it would have gone off. Yeah.
Then cool. I be concentrating.
Cool.
Do I see? The scroll cases and the dagger. Do I see the magics?
Yeah, you do. They're both, well, all of them are magic. Glowing with magic.
Jeez, what school of magic is on that knife?
Enchantment.
There is some sort of enchantment on that knife. You touch it, maybe good, maybe bad. I don't know. It's up to you. I was just hoping to find out more about who this lady is, but magic knife is magic knife.
I mean,
How loud are you saying this?
Normal.
I just want to
I'm
know if
not-
Liz would hear you.
Oh, I'm speaking in my normal volume. I'm not screaming. I'm
Okay.
just saying, oh, magic knife is magic knife.
Huh.
But I
mean,
will
you're
take
right,
a look
but,
at those.
What about them scrolls? What do they look like? What kind of magic is on
I
them?
will. I don't know. Let's take a look. Can I take a look at the scrolls, please?
You want to pick out the scrolls?
Yes.
Cool.
I'll take a look at them. I'm not necessarily stealing them. I want to look at them.
Yeah, you take them out of the scroll tubes and you unroll them. And you are a druid, right?
I'm a druid.
Yeah.
Yes.
So none of these scrolls would actually be understandable by you, unfortunately.
These all look like nonsense to me. I do not know what they are.
Someone
Can I,
looks at them.
can I
being a
peek over?
cleric. What is?
Yeah.
Is she able to make any sense of them?
Who?
When Sai looks at them being a cleric,
Mm-hmm.
now, do any of them make sense to her?
No.
Okay.
Can I peek over Sai's shoulder and look too?
What kind of a magic user are you? Elizabeth Bard, correct?
I have levels in Bard and I have a level in Sorcerer.
Okay, yeah, no, they do not make sense to you either.
Interesting.
Stupid wizard scrolls.
I'm going to tell every
If we're
wizard
not
you
angry
said
about
that.
it, maybe it would help if I ate them.
Jenny is just crumbling somewhere. Besides a warlock, yeah.
Yeah, I took a level of because when we leveled up, I took a level of cleric.
Cool.
But you're also a warlock.
You're also a
Mhm.
warlock. Can a warlock understand their scrolls?
Nope.
Oh,
Okay.
Stupid
damn
wizard scrolls.
paladins.
All right, well. I just like Grizz just rolls them up and sticks them back in there. I see no use in those.
Same. And without using a knife, I don't know what we can do with that knife.
It is very sparkly and it does sort of match my staff.
Oh, if
Nah.
you take it, I didn't see it.
Who says if I took it or not? I'm literally gonna roll a die.
Exactly.
One I take it.
Green die?
Yeah, one I take it. Two it stays. All right, I guess Grizz is feeling snatchy today. So she
Okay.
sort of
Yes.
waits until everybody else is out the door, and she's like, "Fuck it," and takes the knife, and flips it into her robes, closes the wardrobe behind her, and follows everyone out and closes the door.
Cool.
Got a feeling she's got some sticky fingers.
Did you guys want to look at the other cabinets too while we're at it?
You found nothing in there. There was nothing in there to tell us anything more except that maybe this crazy lady is a wizard. I mean, probably. Doorknob disappeared when we left.
A lot of shifty magic going on in this place. I don't know.
Yes, well,
I
let's
like
get to
it.
the station place before I have to cast this stupid spell again. Yeah.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
I can cast Identify while walking? Or do I
Yeah.
have to sit down?
No. You can cast Identify while walking, absolutely.
Okay, great. Then I'm gonna do it as a ritual. And I'm gonna ask,
Yeah, you just need to
Although I guess now I
concentrate. You need to concentrate
Yeah.
solely and wholly on doing something as a ritual, right? You can't be doing anything, complicated.
oh yeah, no, I just,
You
You
can
can-
walk and chew gum at the same time, right? Is essentially right.
yeah.
You just can't do anything like massive, like launch into an attack while you're concentrating on the
Well-
ritual.
So I didn't see Grizz take the dagger. Can I make any kind of check to see if I think she took it?
You can
Is it-
ask me. Maybe I will.
I don't think unless you saw her do it that you
No,
would have
but I
any
think I could see
reason.
her, like walking out, like all smiling. No, it's,
I did say.
Seems like a
maybe
little
I
bit of
did
a
it,
stretch.
maybe I don't know.
no, it's okay.
I was kind of like,
Um,
she was waffling about taking it while you were all in there. That was obvious. She
Yeah.
wasn't being super slick. She was
Okay.
being like a little bit slick.
If you want to imply by your very speech, Grizz, that you were potentially thinking of taking it, then Elizabeth, I think that
I did.
maybe you could
I
make.
did think I implied it.
That's fair. Then you can make like an insight check to see if maybe as she walks out the door with a giant grin on her face that she actually did take it or not. It might be something that your insight may think, oh shit, she took it with her.
15.
Grizz, are you sort of trying to keep this to yourself? Because if you are, make a deception check.
I will, because my charisma's terrible, so I think it's apt.
Fair. Oh my god.
There you go, I got a 0.
She's just like doing this. She's just like
now you understand why I play Grizz the way I do. She's not necessarily dumb, but she has no charisma whatsoever.
I love Grizz. I'm gonna just message her and be like, if you want to know what that might be, I could probably help.
And she kind of looks at you like,
I'm just gonna smile at her.
you're good. And she shrugs and takes it out of her robe and hands it to you.
Okay.
Food.
I'm gonna wait to take it. I'm gonna push it down with my hand. Later.
Okay, so who's keeping the dagger?
Grizz.
For now, I have it.
Superb.
Yes.
Okay.
I know it's magic, don't know what it does.
And you are not casting Identify, or you are casting Identify?
I'm gonna wait until we leave the agency before I do that.
Okay. As you approach the doors, the double doors that are at the end of this hallway, which actually are down a very small flight of stairs, you can feel the temperature beginning to drop a bit. And you feel a draft coming through these doors.
Guess we should open the door then.
Okay. So
It must be cold outside.
you open the door. A cold, misty draft envelops the 5 of you. And it becomes very difficult to see, almost heavily obscured with mist. And you begin to hear, through the mist, sounds. The sounds of what seem to be a very strange, sort of, very, probably to our modern ears, what you would probably think to be like a Victorian, or perhaps even turn of the century kinds of sounds. You would hear the sounds of horses clopping on cobblestones. You'd hear the sounds of train engines. You hear the sounds of automation. You hear the sounds of a variety of machines and people on the streets talking to themselves. As the mists clear, although I don't have a map for you here, just have to use our collective imagination, you now see a full-blown sort of turn-of-the-century train station. You see there are sort of depressions in the granite where there are long metal rails that are suspended over the ground. They're not planted on railroad tracks per se. They're more like monorail rails. And they are they are held aloft by some kind of magical or artificial force that does not require any kind of suspension. They are literally floating over the ground. And around them, writhing around them, are brilliant blue and white beams of electrical energy. And as these massive monolithic machines come in and out of this train station, you recognize sort of just the material that they're made out of. They're made out of metal, they're made out of wood. Parts of them are sort of crafted from stone and alabaster. They're very beautiful. They have golden filigrees on the side, many of them. And there is no horse at all to support the movement of these engines. They all seem to be floating or levitating magically over these rails.
Grizz's eyes are like saucer-sized as she's looking at this. She has no idea how to react.
What time of day is it?
It is the afternoon.
Okay. So the sun's still up, so as Xarghuul walks out, you see he's a bit unsure of where he's going, because he's having a bit of trouble seeing in the light, even though he's got his goggles on.
That's true. You have some issues with the light.
Yes. So he's almost walking around like he's half blind.
Okay.
Mr. Magoo, back over here.
You do notice... you do notice that the environs around you, besides the train station, is that you see that there are massive mountains, all sort of around this potential city or town or what have you. These mountains like tower above the town, snow-capped mountaintops, and there are just voluminous gray and white clouds that float over this city. People walk to and fro. Their dress is unlike anything that you've ever seen before. Some of them are wearing sort of very beautiful dress, but it's sort of embroidered with metallic accents and machine parts that are sort of sewn into or adorning these particular vestments. You see some of them wearing swords. You see some of them wearing sort of strange metallic objects that are fastened to their waists, which you don't recognize. And as you walk from this sort of cloud of mist that has enveloped you, you may glance behind you to see the doorway that you've come from has completely and totally disappeared.
She's really good at it.
So to satisfy my own
Is this
curiosity,
where we have stepped out into the train station? Is
Correct.
Still in the same grayscale?
No, that is a good point.
Oh.
You no longer are in grayscale. You are no longer seeing just sort of black, white, and gray gradients of what you would normally expect. Now you see full color spectrum. In fact, I do have a piece of art to show you of what one of these trains kind of looks like. Let me see if I can give it to you.
Awesome.
Talk amongst yourselves while I get that set up.
Okay.
Yay.
I am at a bit of a loss. This
You want me
is not
pause?
what I was expecting. No.
I don't think you're alone in that.
I
mean, the way
think
she
it
described
helped
it, it's-
If you remember that she said it was magic and the horses are just shrunk and inside. It's that.
I don't think it's
I think
just
is-
magic, though. It's
Here we go.
also
I
seems to
had
be
detect
machinery.
I had detect magic up, so once our DM has found the art, he can
Ooh,
tell me what kind
that's
of magic
fun.
I'm seeing.
Mm.
that's
Where
actually really
is-
cool.
Where'd you put it?
There it is.
Oh,
Oh, there we go. It just took a second to load.
Yeah.
Okay, that's very cool.
So, yeah, I mean, that's like a bird's eye view of what these
Wow.
trains look like as they come into the station. You see that there's that arching
Cool.
electricity that's sort of around the front engine of the train.
So what sort of magics am I seeing on these things?
Oh, man. Enormous amounts of just like vibrant glows of a combination of enchantment and evocation magic spell schools, I should say. Yeah, mostly those two when you look at these boulette trains.
And you said this was where some sort of explosion happened?
Well,
Is there
that's the
evidence of it?
thing, is that you sort of, at first glance, you're taking in this scene, of all of these trains coming in and out of the station. And then you look, and there are a number of people in a very recognizable, although not recognizing necessarily the type of officer, but it does look like they are of the same ilk. That these folks are all dressed the same. They all have that sort of same look that is, what's the word I'm looking for?
The uniform?
Yeah, it is a. It's the same look that you see on police in every universe, which is the sort of don't fuck with me. I'm doing my job.
It's just
Authority.
Yeah.
Now, do these authority figures have the same sort of weapons that we're seeing other people have?
Yeah, you see that they do have.
You mentioned there are swords. You mentioned there are these.
Yeah. Yeah, some of them hold. Yeah, they seem to have firearms. Some of them you probably recognize firearms from. Perhaps I should say, recognize firearms depending on the world that you are from. These firearms are very different from anything that you've ever seen because these firearms have that same kind of combination of sort of metallic and wood accents, and also are just brimming with magical energy. They have lightning and sort of grayish blue magical power that is just sort of like encircling the tips of them.
I have never seen so much magic in one place.
Speaking of,
this is a lot.
I'd like to take a look to see if. So you mentioned it was a train station.
Correct.
And I'm hoping to find someone that looks like maybe they work there.
Okay. Do you just want to walk up to the police officers, perhaps?
Well, not the police officers. I'm hoping to find someone that looks like they're employed at the train station.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you're probably able to see like somebody who's dressed in the uniform, not necessarily of the gendarmerie, but of someone who works at the actual train station itself.
Okay. Yeah. No worries. I'm gonna motion to my companions and walk on over then.
Okay. Yes. How can I help you, miss? How can I help you? Yes.
Hello. I was hoping to find out more about this station and where it is.
You don't know where you are, miss?
Well, I'm not lost, but I'm hoping to find out more about where this city is.
Oh, well,
Name would be fantastic.
Yes. Well, he sort of looks very confused at you for a second, and he says, "I'm sorry, miss. You're looking for a train to somewhere, perhaps?"
Well, if you have a map of where these trains go, I think that would be very helpful.
Yes, I mean they go all over, sire, miss.
Sire?
He looks very confused at you, and he says, "Yes, miss, sire." Are you all right, miss?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm not from here.
Oh, I do apologize, miss. Perhaps you're from a different part of Corvair.
Yes.
Where are you from, then, miss?
I travel all over.
I see that, miss. Well, how can I help you, miss? Apologies.
Oh, no, it's no trouble. I just wanted to find out more about the station.
Oh, perfectly understandable. Is there a train that you're looking to board to go to someplace else?
Yeah, the one that went boom yesterday.
He raises his eyebrows at you and he says, "Oh, yes, that was a terrible tragedy. Apologies. Perhaps you... I don't know very much about that. I wasn't on duty at the time. But yes, it looks like the...
That's good.
He points over at
at
the police and he says, they're still doing that investigation.
Great.
Where did it explode?
Well, it's
Vaara just kind of like points around to like the various tracks and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, from your viewpoint, it doesn't seem like you can see the track that had the accident or what have you. But the train conductor, I guess, if you want to call him that, he sort of points around one of the larger buildings and he says, "Well, I believe that the issue happened right over there on track 42."
Track 42, perfect.
Great, thank you.
Yes, of course. Horrible thing, that.
Oh, and do you know where I can get some snacks?
Oh, yes, I believe that if you go over to our coffee shop over there, it's Beneath It or Not, and he points over at there's like a beautiful sort of cafe that's built into the side of of one of the buildings at the train station, and it says Deneith, Deneith, it or not.
Great.
Brought to you by
Well, we appreciate your information.
Yes, of course. Have a wonderful day, and if I can be of any service, please, you just give us a wave.
Can do.
Vaara's already made a beeline for the coffee shop.
Okay.
The guy basically said food is there, and she left. She did not even say thank you. She just wandered away to go get food.
Grizz? Sai?
Wait, did someone say food? And we'll
of course.
scamper immediately off after Liz.
I think it's important
after Vaara.
Not work on an empty stomach.
Okay. So you're all heading to the coffee shop, or is anybody else doing anything else?
Is the coffee shop in view of the train station?
Yes.
As in, can I see the various authorities doing
yes.
whatever they're doing?
Yes.
Great.
You can see one thing the other.
Great. I just want to observe them for a little bit while people are eating and sort of like maybe get some tea.
Okay.
With like a coffee.
Yeah, so you head over to this coffee shop. It's a relatively well kitted out place. You open the door, a little ding ding bell, which you look up to see is actually not a bell, but it looks like a little sort of. It looks like actually a little construct, a little man who's got his hands like a hand on a small ringer and a bell in the other. And as you walk through the door, he goes ding ding. And then he, like a little set of robotic eyes, look down at you.
Hi.
It does not
That's
respond.
kind of creepy.
The door opens and you see a very well sort of well accoutered, shall we call it, coffee shop. There's a glass display behind which you see a variety of pastries. There's a large metallic decanter or jug in the back. And as the door opens and this thing makes the noise, you see from a nearby walkway a rather burly and hairy hobgoblin walk in your direction. Yes. Yes, how can I help you?
What is your best, most filling breakfast item?
Oh, well, that's a very good question. I'm glad you asked me. We have a variety of pastries that are very thick, very filling, very delicious, full of cream, sweet cream. Does it sound like something you'd be interested in?
Absolutely. I'll take 4.
Excellent. Yes. Okay. And he sort of like turns to his pastry display, grabs these massive, like, sort of Boston cream donut shaped just pastries with just gooey white sugar coating on top of it. And he gingerly takes it off of the display plate, places it onto a piece of parchment, wraps it, and does the same thing 3 more times. and then he opens a small sack, which he places these 4 pastries into and slides them into the space between the two of you and says, "That will be 1 gold 50.
Okay. She gives him 2 gold and is like, you can keep the rest of it. I just have, thank you. And she's like, almost just eats the paper as well. Just so hungry, and then remembers like right at the last moment, that's not how we do this. And so she like unwraps it. So she takes a bite and she's like, "Oh, you are right, sir. This is very good. I'm very pleased. I'm glad to see." And Ra looks around the empty coffee shop except for her and her companions, and I'm glad to see that your business is still doing okay after yesterday's excitement.
Oh, yep. That was a horrible, very, very frightening thing. Never seen that happen before, I'll be perfectly honest. I was in the middle of just filling up the vats in the back, and then all of a sudden, I just hear this horrible boom, and then the whole place shook. Like it was like some kind of an earthquake or something like that. And then,
But certainly a strong and handsome man like you was not afraid.
oh no, I wasn't saying I was afraid. I was just afraid for my wares. I didn't want anything to happen to them.
Oh, of course, that makes the most of sense.
Everything looks fine.
Please,
Nothing
may I-
happened to
No
the
damage.
wares either.
Oh, you're all talking at the same time. I'm sorry, I don't have that very much to do. I just, it's just me, myself, and I here. So one at a time.
Oh, I was just going to ask for coffee, please, and whatever that was that you gave my friend. It looks delicious.
You said that word. I don't know that word. You mean you say what was that word?
Forgive me, we are from out of town. It is the whatever is in that thing back there, the large thing with the beverage.
He
To drink.
turns back to the sort of large copper container and he says, "Oh, that's calf."
Oh, that is yes, half, please.
Okay. You want the full or the half strength calf?
Full, of course.
Okay then. He turns, he grabs a small mug, places it under the spigot on this copper container, and pulls the spigot down, and you see this rush of brownish sludge just drop right into this mug, and then he lifts it up, the sludge stops, and then he pivots around. You see the sludge is absolutely steaming hot, and he places it on a small dish and pushes the dish across to you and says, "There's seats in the front if you desire it."
Very good, thank you. And what do I owe you for this?
Yeah,
my
that'll be
handsome friend?
50 silver.
Yes, very good. And she hands him a gold and says, "It's fine with change, not to
Yes.
worry."
Yes, thank you
Well,
for...
Does the calf smell like coffee, Matt?
Yeah, it smells like coffee, but it has a sort of a spice, sort of like a spicy, like almost like a what's the word I'm looking for? It's almost like a cayenne spice to it.
Oh, hell.
It actually sounds
Okay,
kind of nice.
so
Grizz
I
is here for
just
this.
watched Hidalgo today, and so Viggo Mortensen did that scene where he says, "Back home, we'd throw a horseshoe in the coffee pot, and if it stood up, we knew it was done." Is that the consistency we're looking at here?
Yeah, I'd say it's like more like if you know what a Turkish coffee
Yeah,
is,
Turkish
it's
coffee.
like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Excellent.
I've had those before.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if it smells really good, let's we'll get a cup too. Maybe. What other snacks do they have?
Oh, they have they have beignets, they have donuts, they have pastries, they have... I could just rattle off. Sure, why not?
Okay, better question. Something that would remind Liz of home in Dokkan.
You tell me. Probably more like a croissant.
Sure, that works for me.
Yeah. He places a croissant on a plate. dusts it with powdered sugar and places it and shoves it towards you. And he says, "Oh, you'll like those. You'll like those. I baked them fresh this morning.
Sounds great.
50 silver for you."
I will also pass him a gold.
Oh, it's raining. It's raining pleasures from the skies above. Thank you kindly.
You don't mind if we sit outside?
Oh no, not at all. Not at all. Just leave your dishes. I'll come out and get them when you're done. Aye. Anything I can get the rest of you, you wee lad. Aye.
I'm actually not that hungry. What's the cheapest thing you've got?
Some prefer well, this is an old recipe my mum taught me, but I love them. I have them all the time. It comes in either 6-packs or 12-packs. If you want the cheapest thing we've got on offer, it's basically fat. Well, my mum used to call them fat rolls, but they're basically just they're deep fried fat with powdered sugar on them.
Sounds interesting. I'll be willing to try a few.
Very good, very good. That'll be for a packet of 6. That'll be 10 silver.
Would you happen to have change? I only have gold on me.
That's a...
Oh well.
I'm sorry. Isn't 10 silver a gold?
Yeah, that is correct. So if you give me a...
Oh, sorry, I wasn't sure of the conversion. Sometimes 100 silvers.
Yeah, if you think of it's 1 gold or 10 silver. I prefer to say 10 silver because it makes it sound a little bit less expensive, but that's fine. Give me a gold and we'll call it square.
Okay, a gold then. And
Can't
hands over a gold.
That's for sure.
Hands over a gold and tries one.
Yeah, they're...
I'm guessing he gets a 12-pack.
Oh, you get the 12-pack? Okay.
Or is the 6-pack the
The
cheapest?
6-pack is the cheapest, yeah.
Okay, then he'll grab the 6-pack and try one.
Yeah, I mean, they're not bad. You taste, they're crunchy. They're kind of flavorless, except for the fact that there's just coated in sugar.
Mm-hmm.
But they're filling. I mean, they're kind of like a to-go snack.
Yeah, that's all he was looking for.
Fair enough.
And he's got some for the rest of the party, so that's always good.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And then then Xarghuul will just pull Liz aside for a sec and just say, Liz, just a question for you. You remember how the sage was talking about that Dragonborn lady? Do you think you could ask this guy if she had any obvious items on her? I may be able to...
I don't know if she came here, but we can ask.
If she came here, and maybe if she had any identifiable items on her, I could maybe help track her down.
Now, did you happen to get a description of this Dragonborn? Because we never asked.
Not in game. I don't think you did.
Well, so my hope is that maybe Xarghuul was told some things before we arrived that maybe he knows more than we know, because she kind of shoot us super fucking quick.
Damn straight she did.
I mean, he didn't even set terms for a price to work for. Or
Nothing
like that. We just kind of,
Gotta love it.
It was my idea that she basically just was able to say hi to Xarghuul, and then it was just awkward silence, and then the party walked in.
It was pretty much that, although I think Xarghuul kind of talked up the people that he didn't know. But beyond that, all the questions that you were intending to ask or potentially could have asked, that's on you.
Well, I mean, Liz could ask the cantina owner and investigate a Dragonborn. That may narrow it down a little bit.
Maybe? I mean, I think the only thing we really got was their name, so...
Yeah.
So-
maybe
At this
after-
point, Vaara has
Yeah.
finished her third Boston cream pie, and the sugar high has like really hit. And so she just goes, "Hey, do you know a gnomish lady named Rowan by any chance?"
The guy who's behind the bar, who's sort of cleaning up after you, and he's just, oh, yeah. She comes in all the time. Rowan, yeah. Well, you know her?
Do you know what we
Do
can...
you know? Well, we would like to get to know her. I don't know her yet, but she's part of the reason that we're here right now. And I was wondering if you knew where we could find.
Oh, Rowan's here all the time. She likes trains. She usually takes the train to get home from work. She's over in, actually, I don't know really where she's from, but she does often stop in here in the mornings, and in the evening she picks up a little pick-me-up. But, yeah,
Oh.
I haven't seen her. I
What
haven't seen
did
her
she
for
get?
a day or so.
What did she get?
Oh,
Oh, she usually picks up, and he points to what Vaara has picked up. One of those delicious little treats.
Barovian cream.
How many does she get?
Usually one. She's a small, little wee old lass. She doesn't have very much of a full belly, and he pats his own rather sizable gut.
Okay.
Grizz is
Can
like,
I
or
order
sorry, Grizz is like making eyes at him as she blows on her calf, waiting for it to cool down. As he pats the big belly, she's just
yeah.
like,
So, Liz would approach the counter again and look at these treats that he's talking about. I'll take 2.
Oh, very well then. He, offers the...
Could you package them to go?
Of course! I mean, they're all packaged to go if you wish them to be. As I didn't expect you to stay. So, that's not usually where I get the majority of me business, but I'll package it in the same way that your rather tall and very interesting looking friend here had hers. So, 2, you said, yes?
Absolutely.
All right, so that's 2. That's 75. Since you've been such kind customers and given me such a great amount of excess in keepage, I'll go ahead and give you. I'll give you if you're gonna give it to Rowan, just make sure you tell her that Spalako says hi, okay? And I'm worried about her. Haven't seen her in a day or so. So you just take that one to go. Take 2 to go.
Can do. Thanks. When we find her, we will definitely tell her that.
Excellent. Yes. Anything else I can do for you before I'll go in the back and do a little bit of a cleanup?
I think I'm good.
I think she could do for me later if we are still around.
He sort of stares at you and says, "Oh, yes."
She just like gives him a very toothy smile and then chugs her calf real quick now that it has cooled down.
Right, well, I'll be
Yeah,
in the
this is,
back. And then he just like wordlessly goes right into the back room.
Yeah,
So I just stands there with my arms in the air, like, okay.
I think when
Mom's out.
I think when he goes to the back, Liz goes and sits outside and enjoys her calf and her treat, and
Okay.
kind of just watches over at the train station, see if she sees anything unusual.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead and make a perception check. It's been a while, so you guys haven't even looked
Sure
down
thing.
in that direction.
Perception.
And sidetracked by food
Sidetracked by food.
That's nat 1.
and
Oof.
sexy
it
hobgoblins.
was
Yeah.
necessary. Can I?
I was
also
hoping my
perception check?
passive would help.
Yeah, there's just like a lot of foot traffic in front of you, Elizabeth. There is obviously the presence of those police gendarmerie in and around the area that seems to be leading to the potential area where this accident or explosion potentially happened. But beyond that, you don't even see the wreckage. You don't see anything. You just see there's just a cluster of police in that area.
Okay.
Can I also
having
make a perception
oh,
check?
Yeah,
I was
sure.
gonna say, I would like to come out and do the same thing.
Yeah, you know what? I will say... Okay, never mind. Grizz and Vaara both out, sort of stare in that direction.
It's the sugar and the caffeine, man.
Exactly.
That's right. That's right.
She's just like...
Yeah,
Full
Not used to
stomachs,
it.
full hearts,
Tongue
can't
on the-
lose.
And
I
Lindsay
Staring.
feel
used
so
to the
focused
caffeine.
right now. I feel so focused. I am vibrating. Is anyone else vibrating?
I'm right there with you. I feel like that was a lot of sugar. That I'm just okay. We gotta ride this wave. Let's go.
Yeah, so I think Grizz and Vaara, you do notice that with those roles that the police officers are all clustered around a single, tall, thin, and somewhat sort of gaunt individual who is also wearing the same uniform, but there is a difference between their uniforms and his. His is, to some degree, perhaps more elaborate. It has sort of more piping or more ostentatiousness to it. And he seems to be talking to them in a fashion that befits someone of a higher rank, in that he's sort of like motioning very much with his single finger towards each and every one of them. Can't really hear what he's saying. You're too far away.
I
think that's probably
that is
the guy.
our Vimar Vabask gentleman, who is the law, as the detective lady said. Tell you what,
I think you are correct.
would you all like to know what he is saying?
Maybe you could just
Yes.
go over there and ask. But what do you have in mind?
Well, I could go over there and be unobtrusive and just have a listen. Yes?
I say go for it.
Sure.
Okay. And I will wild shape into a cat.
Okay.
Hey.
Vroom. You turn into a cat.
As I said, before you do that, I can look at that dagger if you want.
Oh, sure. I'm like, oh, yes.
Yeah.
And I will hand it to her and then
And before you go, Sai's gonna give you a little bit of a pet and cast guidance on you.
and then she will and just sort of go for a little kitty cat wander. Probably get distracted by a leaf on the way. Give it a little chase her tail for a second. And then sort of make her way over towards the cluster of cops and have a listen into what they're saying.
Okay.
I imagine Grizz's cat form is like super like alley cat.
Oh, so mangy.
Yeah.
So mangy. And actually, because of because of my background, I look kind of weird. She's like not only is she very alley cat, but there's like maybe a couple of like strange lumps that protrude out of the sides.
Oh no.
I will show you. Where is it?
Damaged
It's
ear.
blighted. There you go. Blighted shape is.
Blighted shape. At second level, your physical form
Yes.
begins to show effects of the corruption you wield, tracing blackened veins across your skin, producing gnarled, bony protrusions or other eerie phenomena. Awesome.
So actually, in this case, with the cat, I'm gonna say that in cat form, this manifests as like, yes, she's like a raggedy looking alley cat, but then she also like all of her joints seem just a little bit like heavier and knobbier than a cat's joints should be, and she has one very long snaggletooth.
Okay.
And actually, it pokes up from the bottom. It pokes up from the bottom, not the top. She's got like one just like extra long lower fang that just like underbites up over the front of her jaw.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Love it so much.
And yeah, so she's just kind of going for a wander. She's sniffing things. She's chasing a leaf. And then slowly sidles up to within hearing distance of the cops and sits down to give herself a little bath while listening into what they're talking about.
Okay. A nice sunbath.
So, yeah, you make it over to where the cops are. And this individual who you saw sort of giving orders is in fact doing so. He's telling each of them, paraphrasing of course, to ensure that no one leaves the area without doing a thorough investigation of the affected crime scene, and that no one is allowed in or out of the crime scene except for the witnesses. Sorry, except for the one witness that they have in custody.
You happen to say, and does anyone say anything about where the witness is being held in custody?
Yes, he does mention that the witness is held in there is a station house, sort of catty corner to the affected area, supposedly. He sort of points to it. And he's, indicates that that's where she is.
Excellent. Okay, great. So having heard that, she will, just for shits and giggles, go rub up against one of their legs.
Okay. One of the police officers looks down and goes, "Oi, you see that cat?" "Yeah, I do." "Hey, look weird to you?" "Yeah, it looks like my grandma."
And then shoots off like a shot.
"Moves like my grandma too."
Speedy grandma.
Someone's got a druid for a grandma.
And she'll do, like, before going back, so it's not a complete waste of wild shape, she'll do just, like, kind of a little circuit. She'll actually, she's gonna go pad over towards the crime scene area and just kind of take a look around and see how good their security perimeter around Track 42 is.
Okay. Yeah, you do notice that there are 2 stationed police officer guards at the sort of around the corner to where you assume Track 42 is. You can assume that because it's Track 40, 41, and then 42. It's indicated by signs on the front near the train station sort of lines themselves. Also from the enormous amount of like blockaded material that is put up in and around that area.
Okay, so they built up like a sort of like a makeshift blockade, or it's like police barricades.
Essentially, yeah.
Structured.
Yeah, it's not like a blockade per se, but it's definitely like structures like you would see, wooden structures that would prevent, the average public person from going inside.
Like construction wall kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool. Shits and giggles, she's going to see if she can slip past these guards and into the crime scene area, or if they notice her.
Yeah, make a stealth check.
All right, I believe Cat is +3. Let me double check that. I just had it open. Cat. Oh, +4. All right, so Cat is +4.
Okay.
Cool.
Not a stealthy cat.
So, explain to me how she. Yeah, explain to me how she fails this stealth check to get in.
I'd say she is trying to like slink up alongside the wall and go past their feet, but one of them, his shoelace is untied, and she's like, and starts just like cats out for a second and just starts playing with his shoelace.
The guy looks down at his shoe.
Backs up.
He's like, and he just sneezes all over the place. It's like, oh man.
Can I run past him into the crime scene instead of away?
Yeah, you could run in,
there a
and he's
door
gonna
behind
follow
him?
you. He's gonna follow. He's like, no, and he just like runs inside. The other's like, no,
All right.
Devin, what are you doing? I'm gonna get the cat.
All right. I am gonna run away from him. I'm gonna see if I can like get the lay of the land and see what's going on inside before I either get caught or chased back out again.
Let's do this. Let's do an opposed dexterity check to see how fast you are, right? As a cat.
Okay, let me check cat dex. All right.
I'm going to say he's a guard, so he's sort of just middle of the road, so just a straight D20 for him.
All right, mine's a +2.
So you rolled an 18.
God damn it! I am the worst cat.
So you sort of like pick up a quick look, just a very quick glimpse of what you see. I'm going to change something very quickly
And I
here.
will ask, just based on being a cat who has keen smell, I want to know if I smell anything weird while I'm in there.
Okay. So what you do see is...
I didn't give myself proficiency, but that's okay.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, I'll just give you what you see.
It's okay. Oh, it's fine. Yeah.
So there is this metal fence that surrounds the entire area of this very clear destroyed station. There are benches in varying states of like explodedness, if you want to call it that. The benches are crumbled and broken. There's a very strong smell of fire and soot is just everywhere. You also see some outlines in the soot, and those outlines are traced in chalk.
Ooh.
And
And
just
I'm
as you
assuming
are,
they look like people.
they do look like people. You can't tell exactly what kind, because by the time you are staring at it and like pick up on it, you feel hands around your midsection, and someone goes, and it just sneezes all over your face. Shit, I hate
Do I
cats.
manage to get like any of the soot on my paws or anything? Is that in
Yeah,
there?
I'd say you get some
Okay,
soot on your paws. He's like, I gotta get this thing out of here. I gotta get this thing out of here. And he just runs back to the gate and just sort of throws you into the street.
Oh.
Is he
Like she
is he
kind of
running
tumbles.
into the cat just at
Cat.
exit?
Yeah. Meow.
Like he chucks her. She kind of like does a little like stumble and like a little somersault before coming up on her feet. Kind of like sits there, looks around, sits down. Butt in the air and just struts off back to her companions.
Love it.
Yell straight up.
Would she have been gone long enough to have identified that dagger?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Great.
Okay.
So upon returning, she's gonna kind of like jump up on the table and look for like a napkin or something,
Okay.
and like kind of like brush her paws together on it and like try to like rub any soot that she collected off of herself and onto the napkin or a little pile on the table. And then she'll hop down. Yeah, and then she'll hop down and unwild shape and be Grizz again.
Okay.
Well, I have good news and not so good news. The good news is I know where they have the gnome woman, the Roman. She is being held in the station house. So that is where we will find her to speak with. As for the actual accident site, it is blocked off with many big metal wall pieces. And there are 2 guards. One of them is allergic to cats. I think he sneezes much when I get near him. I did get in for a moment and definitely big explosion, much breaking of benches, and there is soot and probably, certainly, most definitely some people have died. I finding those bodies might be a helpful thing to do. And this is some of the ash. I wanted to see if maybe there was magic on it, so I brought it back. And
Very
that
good.
is what I have to tell you. Yes.
Good work.
Very good work. I found out what this dagger is, by the way.
Oh, yes.
Yes, it is a dagger of venom.
Ooh,
If you
what
don't,
is that venom?
yeah. So daggers of venom are rare magical items. I will tell you what they are. Let me give it to you as a handout. Here we go. One sec. Yeah, so Dagger of Venom is obviously a magical dagger. It is a +1 magical dagger. You can use an action to cause thick black poison to coat the blade. The poison remains for 1 minute or until an attack using this weapon hits a creature. That creature must succeed on a DC 15 Constitution saving throw or take 2d10 poison damage and become poisoned for 1 minute. It is a finesse weapon, as all daggers are. It is a light weapon, as all daggers are. And it's a ranged weapon, so you can throw it as well.
Nice.
Nice.
Yay. Does it require attunement?
No. I don't believe it does. Let me double check.
Nice.
No, it does not. It does not require attunement.
Awesome.
Yeah. So you should be able to find that in D&D Beyond, Dagger of Venom.
Actually, is it could I drag and drop it is the question.
You should be able to drag and drop it.
I certainly can. I just gotta make sure I use the 2014 one.
Yes, don't use the 2024 rules. It'll be a little different. This year, I've made my New Year's resolution is to slowly but surely, especially as this monster manual comes to the fore in February, move into 2024 rules.
Ooh, interesting.
We shall see, though. That is yet to come.
Good to know.
Yes. All right. So, what is it now that Grizz has done her catscapade? Sorry. What is it that the rest of you guys want to do? Sai, Liz, Vaara, Xarghuul.
I think we have a few choices. We can be upfront with Vermar. Just tell him who we are, what we're doing, who we're working for. We could go investigate their guardhouse and try to see if we can make our way in. Or
Oh,
we
and you can
find
do
a
that
way into the
poison
crime
thing
scene.
once per day. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
I thought I got the impression that the policeman guy is not really super respectful for private investigators from our conversation with Flamira. Did I make that up in my mind? Sometimes that happens to me.
No, I believe you said that he was not the most of helpfuls.
So I don't know. I mean, you could try. Maybe you'll have better luck than she does. But I don't know. Something inside of me. He might not be helpful, and if he knows we're here, then like the gang is up.
Oh, good points.
This is true. I will be sitting here thinking about magics while you make a plan. And I'm going to start ritually casting Detect Magic again.
Okay.
Xarghuul will say that, this may be a little bit of a stretch, but Grizz, how many outlines of bodies did you see?
How many outlines did I see, Matt?
2.
There were 2.
Maybe if we can find them, we can ask them. You
mean find the corpses? You can't... Do you talk to dead people on the offense?
It's a new ability, but I think I can.
Well, then,
It's a good
yes, and
read.
also seeing maybe there is traces of the magics that killed them on them is possible.
I mean, I don't know if we
Okay,
could get in there as outsiders, but well,
It cannot hurt to try.
Actually, I think if we can find out the name of one of the people who could have been killed, we could use that. Could pose as an investigative.
Well, we do
I
not
think that
need
would
to
work.
pose as investigators. We are investigators.
No. Let me explain. We could pose as someone investigating the death of someone who died there. Perhaps their family has hired us, and maybe we could let the coroner allow us access to the body. And then you could speak to them.
And I could look at them.
I think that. Yeah, but I think that means that we have to go try to talk to Rowan, because if she's the only witness, then.
And also, maybe if we speak to other of the law who are not the important one, then maybe they give us name of other dead people. Maybe if one or two of us ask him. I think if we all go as big group, we look much more suspicious. At least for this
True.
beginning part.
Good idea.
I don't know why. People do not like
I-
speaking much with me.
Okay. I think I have a plan
I
then.
don't know why.
You didn't see the outlines fully, did you?
What do you mean?
You said there were outlines of corpses.
Yes, as someone had drawn on ground with chalk where dead person was, but dead person is not there now.
So vaguely humanoid shape, though, yes?
I
Tall,
assume
large.
so, yes, Matt.
Yeah, vaguely. They were both humanoid
Yes,
shapes.
Yes, they were both humanoid shapes, but not. No detail is not art, is just outlined. Like this was, here was arm, here was leg, here was head. Not was dragon. I did not see tails. I don't know. Or did I? Did I see a tail?
You couldn't be sure. You were
I did
picked
not.
up too quickly.
Cool. Fair
Okay.
enough.
I have an idea. If we can find out something about those bodies, I think we could disguise one of us as perhaps a relative of one of the people who died, and maybe they're looking for their lost sibling. We might get a name that way.
Is good plan.
Or we could pose as independent investigators trying to figure out who died and get all that information, and not specifically say that we're employed by Miss Mage. Which is not necessarily the lie.
No,
Stretching
it's
the
not.
truth just a little bit.
Right.
So, just to move things along a little bit, what is it that you would like to do? What's your plan of action?
Well, we don't look like we belong here.
No one's really
I'd like
questioned
to
you that
fix
much, to be perfectly honest. But hey, if
No,
you want
but-
to make yourselves look a little bit more like the citizenry around here, then yeah.
Yeah. Because what I could do is, if Liz can just get some basic clothing, I could use a disguise kit to make each of us look like we belong from around here, and that might help us.
Wait, we get to go shopping?
I was hoping we could kind of like expedite that, you know.
Oh, okay.
I do have vestments. I could pose as somebody that wants to give them their final rites.
I like this plan. This is good. You are here to perform final rites upon the resters. The deads, the bodies, yes. The people.
That's a great idea.
I could join you with that.
The two of you could do that. I could be your because I do want to look for the magics. Your servant, your assistant, I don't know. Something. Translator?
How many times can you wild shape in a day?
Twice. So there is one more today.
Don't they come back on a short rest?
I don't remember. I haven't played this druid in a while. Let me look.
Druids?
Oh, I
I'll
do
be
get him
a
back on a
bodyguard
Yeah, I do
because
get him back on a
obviously
short. I do
things
get him
are
back.
dangerous.
Oh,
I
okay.
do get them back on a short rest. Okay, so I have twice before I need to rest.
Right. I mean, if you guys want to try the last rites idea, I think that's a really good idea. But I don't think we should all do that, because then that looks super
It'd be
suspicious.
weird, yes.
Yeah, only I think if the two of us go, and with Grizz.
Yeah, me and Vaara could go around the city a little bit, try to get a little bit more information, maybe, and maybe get a change of clothes to blend in a little better.
Sure.
Grzdlyln,
Sounds
good.
was that your name, right?
Yes.
You could be my eyes. Because I can't see shit out here.
Very good. I am your seeing eye person. Yes, I like this very much. This works.
The seeing eye goblin.
Oh my god! Can we get him? Can we get him like the little, like
Put a leash on
cane
her?
to? I was gonna put a leash on Gris. No.
It's actually a harness.
No. I mean, I don't know. She might actually be into that, but let's say no.
But yes. If I can find some clothing that looks like it blends in here, that'd be great. And if I could find some clothing that looks more official, that would also be great.
I'm gonna hand wave the shopping trip, which will eventually take up the
No, of
entirety
course.
of this fucking episode.
No.
And
I
say
am not asking to. Matt,
that
I am not asking to roleplay this.
God
I am. This is
Bless you for saying that, Maeve. Thank you.
I don't want to roleplay shopping.
Listen,
No.
there's only so many hours in the day.
Like, if I can go around and do that,
Montage
I
done.
can get rid of some. I can get rid of some of the
an 80s
the gems I have,
montage.
perhaps.
Yes, an 80s montage occurs.
Just tell me how much clothing would cost.
Yes, there is an 80s montage with Elizabeth and whoever decides to go with Elizabeth on an 80s shopping montage. And you exit
Yes,
from
it's me.
Yes, amazing. Yeah, Vaara is carrying like bags and bags of clothing. Elizabeth is just like
All the bags. Big mistake. Huge.
And yes, amazing. Elizabeth and Vaara come out of the store completely in a steampunky outfit that matches the environs.
I really hope they just got Grizz a ridiculous hat because that's all she wants.
Yeah. I'm sure Liz would have asked you guys what you'd actually like, and yeah.
Grizz will keep her tatty robes, but she wants a ridiculous hat.
Cool.
Okay.
Don't worry.
How much gold would it cost me for these clothes, Matt?
I will say that most fine clothes, if I remember my price indicator within 5th edition, I think fine clothing is like 20 gold, but let me just check.
I'm not even looking for fine clothes. I'm just looking for clothes that belong here.
Well, it seems like this particular town, 15 gold. Yeah, 15 gold.
Okay.
For yourself, right? You doing it for other people?
Okay.
Grizz will give you money, and that's fine. She doesn't care.
Yeah, fine clothes is 15 gold.
Money will not buy swamp.
That's fine.
Yep, so then Xarghuul's going to put on his vestments, because he's an actual cleric, so that's starting equipment for him.
Okay.
Some vestments.
I mean, Liz has some money anyway, so no problem.
and he's going to cast a cantrip of good old thaumaturgy, and apparently it can change the eye color.
Yes,
of
it can.
him. So he's going to use thaumaturgy to make his eyes look like they're completely blind as he takes off his goggles.
Amazing.
So his eyes do look like
Really
they're the grey, completely blind kobold eyes.
But they're really burning at the sunlight.
Yep.
And Grizz will sort of like they'll do the arm in arm thing. Like she'll put her arm up like this so he can put his hand on top of it.
Does he have the
And
stick
walk
out in
around.
front? Does he have the stick out in front? It was soap poisoning.
Poisoning.
Well, he'll probably grab hold of Grizz's staff and use that.
Oh, there you go.
Grizz
She'll
staff
use
and-
the staff to walk you.
Yeah.
Okay,
And Sai is trailing behind in a simple robe.
cool.
Nice.
All right, so that said, you were all in two different parts of this particular city. I think after a certain amount of you've split the party. Amazing. You've come to recognize.
Oh, I take my little napkin of dust so that when I'm done casting my spell, I can look at it and see if there's magic on the
and
side.
that's a really good thing to go to break on. As Grizz, as you look at this napkin of dust, first of all, the dust is not just gray. It's got sort of traces of sort of dark and light blue in it, and you recognize the dust doesn't look like, just soot. And as you complete your detect magic ritual, that soot on that napkin is glowing like you've never seen anything glow with magic before. It sort of gives you a little bit of a tingle up your spine because, Grizz, you've dealt with magics your whole life. You've dealt with good magics, you've dealt with bad magics, you've dealt with magics that really don't have any kind of affiliation with either. But as you look at the undetermined school of magic that is glowing off of this napkin, the one thing that you can very much determine is that there is a vast, dark aura of evil that is associated with it. Evil like you've never experienced in your long life. And that's where we're going to go to break.
Bum, bum, bum.
So, we will go to break, and we will see you all in about 5 minutes or so. Yes? Yes. Okay, we'll see you all very soon. Don't go anywhere. Oh, God, as I smash my microphone. We'll go to break, and we'll see you guys in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. More Domains of Dread when we come back after break. Bye. And we're back. Here we back. Yes, we are back. Back,
Zero.
back, back. Zero. Yes, I did a horrible countdown for you guys back from break.
It's okay.
It's okay. We forgive you.
Thank you. All right. So, you guys are in disparate parts of the city. Elizabeth and Vaara have sort of done their shopping escapade and look very much more like the people of this particular town. Now, I think during the break, Maeve, you said that you wanted to sort of use one of your character's abilities to find out more information.
That's correct, Matt. So a big reason why I was looking to get better clothing is I have a background feature that actually will help us a lot with the law.
Okay.
And I'll share it with you.
Please.
I have official inquiry.
Official inquiry. You're experienced at gaining access to people and places to get the information you need. Through a combination of fast-talking determination and official-looking documentation, you can gain access to a place or an individual related to a crime you're investigating. God damn, this is like you're cherry-picked for this kind of shit. Those who aren't involved in your investigation avoid impeding you or pass along your requests. Additionally, local law enforcement has firm opinions about you, viewing you as either a nuisance or one of their own. Now, I think that even though they don't really know who you are and you don't really know who they are because you've never been to this, I think that you have a sort of way about you, as per this particular background, that allows you to go places where the official places can go. Official people can go without sort of second guessing you. You ever see those like those spy movies where people are like, they just flash their wallet and they're like, FBI, that kind of shit. Like they can deceive the local fuzz relatively easily.
Like every episode of Supernatural?
Yes.
I was going to say, you're Sam and Dean.
Yeah.
Yes.
So essentially, what my goal about going around the city is I'm getting clothes that fit in better, but I'm also gathering information so I can look like I belong here. So I can just go talk to someone and be like,
love it.
Like so and so hired me, and I'd like to investigate.
Fantastic. I'm down for that.
Let's Liz do all of that and instead focuses on how many shoulder pads she can stack as a new commuter businesswoman.
I love the fact that I love this. I love that every time we maybe cut back to Vaara, like she's got an additional shoulder pad. So Elizabeth, she looks at her, she's like, didn't you have
Yeah.
Back for a second.
And
wasn't the hump?
What
hump?
So since we're passing throughout shops, is there any weapon shops around so I can buy for a new axe?
It would be a mundane axe, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course. I'm not expecting a magical axe.
Yeah. Yeah, you can give her a regular
if
old
I could
axe.
find one of those fun magical guns, that'd be great. But
unfortunately not.
If a lot of people have them, I'm just hoping someone has one for sale.
I'll tell you what you are gifted just by looking around this particular city. It is a relatively large city, so going beyond the confines of the area that you've investigated would probably not enable you to return to the scene of the crime as easily or as speedily as you would want. So you probably keep your radius to within maybe about 5 or 10 city blocks.
Yeah.
And in doing so, you sort of look at signs, look at shops, figure out where it is that you are. As in large cities, obviously, it very much ascribes to a mindset of, I need to know where the hell I am. Most city signs will give you that idea as soon as you look at it. And in common, you get the idea when you look at in certain signs that are written in common that this city is you would somehow ascribe it to be called Vatherond. Vathirond. Vatherond.
It's like every thing about this town starts with a V. Do we think I'm from here? Wait, Vaara's not my real name. Never mind.
I don't know if I spelled that right.
Vath. Vatherond. Yeah, you spelled it right.
Oh, perfect. Sorry, I have to listen to people spell things all day at work, so
no worries. So
hearing it during the game just makes me kind of
no worries. So coming back, I would assume that after shopping, you would come back to the station, right? Or am I wrong?
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Okay.
I'd come back looking a lot more official looking, and I belong here.
Sure.
And with a couple bags for people, and maybe a new axe for Vaara.
Absolutely.
The one she likes.
Yep, that's fine.
Fit check is about right here at this point.
That's good. That's a
It's
normal.
a comfy place for Grizz to sit when she rises on your shoulders.
God.
When she rides on your shoulders.
Extra petting.
It's gonna be great.
You take one shoulder, I'll take the other.
Oh my God! There's a
Nice.
goblin on one shoulder and a rabbit on the other.
I got big shoulders.
Who's
Let's
the
go.
Who's the angel and who's the devil? I wonder in that situation.
I could make a case for both.
I was gonna say I don't think either of them.
Devil.
Yeah, it's fine.
Evil as fuck.
It's a devil
I
on
just have
each
two
shoulder
shoulder
is what's
devils.
happening.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, don't
I
kill
have
them
to check
yet.
with my shoulder
Yeah.
devil, and I have to check with my other shoulder devil. Okay,
Oh, now.
they both
Ow.
say, "Axe to your face."
Grizz and Sai and Xarghuul, since Liz and Vaara decided to go on a shopping montage, I know, Xarghuul, that you were intending to sort of kit yourself out like a cleric and potentially come to do what you would assume to be like last rites on the dead. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
yeah, the three of us are headed to the morgue together. 2 clerics and his seeing eye goblin,
Yep.
Yeah. Well, actually,
who has just had her mind blown by what she sees in this napkin while they are walking towards the coroner's office. And she kind of like... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to
What was
say,
his name?
probably when Grizz is guiding Xarghuul, Grizz notices that Xarghuul isn't acting like he's blind.
He can't see shit.
He cannot see shit.
He just like smashes
And
into a
she's-
wall every once in a while.
Yeah.
She's like doing a relatively good job. She's like, no, this way. You are very bad at this. All right, come on. No, don't watch. You're going to trip. And then all of a sudden, like, she's doing that, like, kind of half paying attention to him, mostly focusing on her spell. And then she finishes concentrating. Like, she's got, like, him over here and the napkin in this hand. And all of a sudden, she just, like, freezes and stops moving. So I don't know if that causes Xarghuul to trip because he keeps going and she just stops and she's holding onto the staff with him.
I like to think that Sai is helping a little bit.
A deck save.
Because she's,
See,
Sure.
she's basically got
why not? Because
into like a giant staff anyways because of her greatsword.
That's fair.
It looks like an oak staff when it's
Oof.
not.
now he
a
trips.
sword.
Yeah, Xarghuul plots is big time.
And that kind of snaps her out of it. She's like, oh, sorry. Oh, this is not good. And she just folds it up very, very carefully and like tucks it inside her robe and then helps him up off the ground. Like, okay, yes, the detect magics is working, so let us go quickly. Yes, come this way.
What did you see?
And she'll start leading him down the street. And she's like,
Yeah.
we will talk about it later. Let's go talk to the dead first.
All right.
I mean, I was just thinking that, seeing as Sai just has plain robes, maybe Sai could play that she's basically the apprentice.
I want to pull a Monty Python with her, just walking behind with a book.
Jesu Domine, dona eis requiem.
Wow. Okay. So, you guys decide that you're heading to where exactly? The morgue.
The morgue.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the morgue attached to the police station, you would assume, of some kind. So you probably find your way to said police station, not too far from this particular train station. It's a large, sort of bleak-looking building, covered with all kinds of strange, sort of piping and metallic accents. Very strange, very different from the standard buildings that you've seen in other urban centers. You see there are a number of individuals who are walking through the city streets who you recognize as, humanoids like yourself or other races, other lineages. But you're also very much aware of beings that you've not seen before. And these are beings that are, although humanoid in shape, are more akin to golems or constructs. They're constructed of metal and wood, but they don't move with the sort of rigid stricture of a construct, of a golem. They move with the same fluidity and natural affinity of your standard, humanoid person. They speak not in the sort of strange robotic tones or gravelly tones of golems, but as if they are people that you would speak to on a day-to-day basis. You see that many of them are in different professions that you see on the streets. Many of them manual laborers, either sort of doing particular jobs or professions that you would see, our average manual laborers would do, construction and the like, demolition or other physical effort specific kind of jobs. Others are more sort of inclined towards sanitation, cleaning up the streets, etc. More sort of specific labor aligned positions than perhaps other kinds of jobs. But you do eventually reach this police station. It doesn't take you too long to get to this particular district's police station, Vaara Police Station. You enter it. You see a large desk. There's several people of that same ilk as the other police that you've seen at the station. They look at you as you enter. One of them behind the desk is a sort of a tall elf with a short cropped hair, very crisp, neat uniform. Looks at the three of you as you enter the station. Yes, how can I help you? Looks down at the three of you.
We've come here to do the last rites on the recently deceased.
The recently deceased. He starts leafing through his book. May I ask, apologies, may I ask who you're referring to?
The two unfortunate individuals that were unfortunately killed in the train explosion the other day.
Oh. He sort of looks around, closes the book, and he says, I'm sorry, sort of looks down at your vestments, doesn't recognize your particular religious affiliation, says, apologies, I think you may be mistaken. Their bodies were never recovered.
Really?
Yes, the investigation is still on. I do beg your pardon. I don't believe I've taken your name or the name of your companions in the faith. May I have yours, please? Takes out a quill.
Would he give his own name? I think he would. My name is Xarghuul. Unfortunately, my patron has seen to fit to blind me, and these two are my assistants.
Okay. Is that Father Xarghuul? Friar Xarghuul?
I'm not old enough to be a father, but just say father.
Right. Zarghuul? Did I spell that right?
Yeah, close enough.
Excellent. Right. And your compatriots? Continues to write.
Okay.
So I will speak up and say, my name is Melody.
Melody. Alright.
Why was that so funny, Jane?
I don't know. So I think the way Jane said it, super sly, super sexy. I was like, okay, Melody.
My headphones cut out and I missed it. Gosh darn it.
She said melody.
Ah.
It is a pleasure to meet you.
Yes, yes. Pleasure.
Yeah, no.
Pleasure.
I'm just gonna be laughing.
Pleasure to meet you as well. And the third of you.
Oh, I am Grzdlyln Grindlebits of the furthest swamp. It is, I am not of the faith. I am simply here to be eyes for the father. Forgive common, not my first language.
I didn't catch that name, so I'm just going to write it down the way I thought it was spelled. There is something or other. All right. Well, yes, I'm sorry I could be of more help to you. Yeah, you're not.
Are you certain that nothing at all of the deceased was recovered? We were led to believe that there was something left.
No, nothing left. horrible explosion. Missing 2. Yeah.
Can I insight?
Yeah, go for it.
Bullshit check.
Be my guest.
25.
Telling the truth.
Nice.
Damn.
Nice.
Perhaps
Well,
we could
that's-
have permission to go to the site and administer last rites.
Well, like I said, there's no body, so can't imagine that last rites be very useful since there's no body.
It's always
they-
useful. They still have souls.
Yeah, that's what they keep telling me. But anyway,
It is possible that, well, it is possible that a prayer administered at the site of the lost could help the souls on to their next destination. It would be of great comfort to the families if we could be given access to that place in order to usher their souls into the next world.
well, Chief Bavusk is there, so I mean, you could talk to him. I don't have any jurisdiction over there.
We must speak to. Who is there that we must speak with?
Chief Bavusk. Yeah,
Vosk.
yeah, Bavusk. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Thank you for your assistance.
Yeah.
As limited as it was.
Course. Starts scribbling in his notebook.
Bows and pulls on Grizz just a bit to leave.
Leaning against her staff.
Yes.
Sai
I will need to. Oh,
bows
sorry,
and
I'm
says-
having weird double sound happening right now. I'm trying to
Oh.
fix it.
And says, "Thank you.
He nods in your
You've
direction.
been Most kind."
Yep, you're really creepy. I like you. All right, just continues to scribble.
I made a friend. You're really creepy. I like it. Yeah. So
He gives him a wink on the way out.
Nothing like a weird sounding creepy rabbit to make your adventure even creepier. So you guys leave the
hell yeah.
station knowing that now, at least, that there is
The name of
no... Yeah, you now know the name of the city, and you, I would assume, return to the train station
to meet up with the others.
to meet up with the others. Exactly.
Grizz is
Unless they
grumbling
come
to herself like, I'm going to have to cast this stupid ritual a third time? Ugh,
Oh no.
I'm getting exhausted.
I think Liz sees her grumbling and takes out a hat.
For me? It is perfect. I love it. She's like shoving
I
her
picked
like
out the feather.
mass of unruly knotted hair up inside this hat. There's still like bits and pieces poking out the sides, but she manages to get most of it up in there.
Nice.
Oh, that hat ain't going nowhere.
Oh yes.
Not even a tornado.
Mhm.
You don't even have to stable it to your head.
Oh my god.
Liz and Vaara, since you've returned first to the station, what is it that you'd like to do?
Do you want to try your fancy badgie thing to get it to talk to Rowan?
That's worth a shot. I think I've gathered enough information to maybe make him listen.
Great, let's go. Rowan takes off.
Okay.
Okay.
So
I think Liz is going to walk a little faster than you just to try to, be ahead.
yeah, so you guys will walk towards the group of police officers. The leader of this police officer troop, the same one who you saw before, still there. He's not ordering around his troops anymore. He's sort of just spying the area. He's just investigating. He's looking at the different, traces of different things in and around the area, trying to find clues as to what caused this thing in the first place.
How much attention is he paying to us walking up to him?
Probably not that much.
Before
Great.
we walk up to him, so I will look at the rest of the group and go, So we want to play this the way we've been doing this. Like, do we want to keep the same shtick of like we're administering our last rites to the souls?
Oh, a point of clarification. Is it just me and
Yeah, I was about to
right
say
now, or-
Elizabeth and Vaara have
I was about
returned.
to- I was
Grizz
about
and
to ask that.
Xarghuul have not yet returned.
Yeah,
Oh,
on
they
the
just
way
gave me
back.
my hat. I thought we were back.
Oh, that's a fair point. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
If you guys want to just fast forward it so that you guys are all back in the same place, that's the easiest way to get about it. Let's
Yeah,
go.
I
it
think
took
that's
what I-
Elizabeth
I
and
thought
Vaara
we were
that amount of
just
time
time
to
bombing.
do all the shopping.
We can just
no, yeah.
we'll just time merge the two
Yep.
so that you guys all arrive in the same place. I'd say by now it's probably in the evening, so Xarghuul, you can see a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because that was going to be my question is, well, so quickly, just before we go talk to him, is everybody going to talk to him or only the two of you? What is the plan? What are we going to do? Are we going to request access? Are we going to try to get more information from him? What is the plan?
My plan
think
was to
it's-
just look scary big in the background and to show off these sick new shoulder pads that can such a man.
They are
Does Mr.
beautiful and look
Cole
very
do?
comfortable. I more meant to,
Thank
Liz,
you.
your plan is to... What are you hoping to get, and will us being there help you or make it weird?
I think in this instance, may probably make it weird, but you could certainly come along. Stand
We
close
can
enough to listen.
certainly...
I could
Yes,
point
let's
you
do
if
that. We will-
necessary. Say you're part of
we
my
will-
investigative team.
Excellent. We will stand back and allow you to do the talkings.
I like that idea. Let's go with that.
Perfect.
We're all investigators, but we have our own specialities.
Yes, but we let her do
Uh,
the speak and we stand a bit away. I feel like he looks like be more willing to listen to her than to, well, me.
I have an idea, Grizz. Why don't we hide up in Vaara's shoulders to make her shoulders look even bigger?
Yes. Climbs her like a
No.
tree and sits on a shoulder pad.
I think okay. I think this only works if I think this only works if you also take Xarghuul and put Xarghuul like on her
her
shoulders,
head.
like over her head. So all three of you hit there. Like you
I
guys
do that.
could like stand on top of her shoulders.
How good is your core strength? Because you're gonna need to like have a good like back arch.
Don't get me
for a
wrong,
while
Grizz
on
wants to do this, but it's definitely going to hurt our cause, and I see Matt making dad faces.
I am trying really hard to be like, be open, Matt, be open. Just listen to what they want to do, Matt. It's fine. Just be open. Be a good dungeon master, Matt. It's cool. It's fine. It's fine, Matt. It's totally fine, Matt.
This is what they're doing. I'm doing
Harry's
Show your
trench
shirt.
coat now.
Show your shirt.
You two go up
Okay,
there. You be brains and muscle, and we be background. Yes.
Can
How
you
How about I will signal you if we need help, and then y'all come running in.
Very good.
Okay. So if I lose
great.
one of my shoulder pads, that's your signal.
Okay.
Matt, could you spell the name of the dragonborn for me? I don't have it here.
Spell the name of the what?
The dragonborn.
Dragonborn.
Oh, the Dragonborn. Yes, the Dragonborn.
have,
I wrote it down and I
Valdak.
deleted it, I guess.
Yes, that is
Valdak?
that is correct. Valdak.
He's not going to feed you, hero.
Makes
I
sense.
just bet you.
VALDAC?
Valdak.
DAK. Oh,
I was right.
In fact,
Me too.
I will hand wave the fact that Flamira Vague actually told you the full name of this associate of hers, whose name is Valdak Kelkaryn. Kelkaryn. Valdak Kelkaryn.
perfect. Thank you.
And she's a Dragonborn.
I did get that part.
Good.
I know she didn't explain anything about her, but I think I accidentally deleted her name from what I was writing down.
She's not gonna know what color her scales are anyway.
A different point. Right. Well, no time like the present.
Okay.
Gonna walk over
Intimidate.
like I belong here.
Okay.
Because I do.
Yes. You walk over. To what do you say?
Darn tootin'.
I'm gonna like walk over towards him and sort of pause and just like observe him for a second, just see what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
And if he doesn't notice me,
Yeah, I mean, I think that he sort of like sees you walking in his direction. And he's got these sort of like beady brown eyes staring at all of his individual troops. He sort of picks you as you come close, and he sort of puts a very sort of quick hand up, and he says, yes, in a very sort of tight-lipped fashion. How can I help you, miss?
well, first and foremost, my name is Elizabeth. I am a private investigator, and I was hoping that I could help you.
He sighs heavily. Oh, God, another one. Yes, we
Take it you
already
had
have...
others.
Yes, we already have several private investigators on retainer who are working with us in this regard. Are you intending to join the crew, so to speak?
Well, I have a crew of my own already. I'm kind of hoping that you might give us access to your crime scene, so perhaps I can help you solve your mystery.
He sort of rubs his temples and he says, "What crew do you have?"
Well, I'm going to motion over to the others standing somewhat away, I presume.
I think Xarghuul would have probably come up with you.
Oh,
'Cause,
well,
I mean,
then
he'll
I
still
will-
be in his vestments, so
Yeah.
that could give
I motion to
credence.
Xarghuul, and I will motion to the
Grizz
others
just waves.
standing somewhere. Yeah, I figured someone would wave back.
Vaara's standing like right behind you, just silent, like dead eyeing the guy.
He sort of looks you up
Arms
and down,
folded,
Vaara.
just
Right. Enforcer. A priest. Looks behind Elizabeth to, I would assume, Grizz and Sire standing nearby. Are they with you as well?
They are, yes.
A goblin and a sort of bridge nurse. Is that a rabbit?
Harrigan, but yes.
A what now?
A rabbit.
Never mind, it's fine. I've seen weirder things. What is it that you need from me?
Well, if you could give me any information that would be helpful, I would appreciate it.
What information would you prefer I give to you? We've tried to gather as much information as we can over the last 18 hours, and I haven't had a wink of sleep.
So I'm looking for someone, a dragonborn. Her name is Valdak.
A dragonborn?
And it just so happens that she was at the scene of your crime.
Yes, I believe you are correct. Our witness seems to have corroborated that.
The witness, is her name Rowan?
Oh, so it seems you know more than you let on at first. May I ask how you know this?
Through the grapevine. I've been around for a while, and I have my own informants, you see.
Oh, lovely. Well, yes, to be perfectly frank, Rowan, this rather elderly gnome woman, we have her in custody. We've been trying to extract the facts of the situation for the last 10 hours or so. She's been asleep over last night. Now into this. She's given us some pieces of information.
I don't suppose you would permit me to speak with her.
I'll be more than happy to escort you to where we're holding her.
Right. Lead on.
After all, never can tell. who's the actual culprit in this bloody matter. They may look old and innocent, but you never can tell. And she sort of looks at all five of you. He looks at all five of you. Who's actually at the bottom of all this whole affair?
Well, I hope to help you solve that mystery.
Right.
And maybe allow you to take a nap.
Justice never sleeps.
No, but it helps.
Follow me,
Justice
please.
is
He
not
turns.
so easily.
Grizz turns to side and goes, is he justice or the law? I'm confused.
Justice. No, the law often thinks it's justice.
Oh no, I'm just saying that to Sai off in the background.
Oh, fair.
I'm not entirely
He steps
sure.
towards the other guards, who back off as you are escorted past them and into the area that Grizz was in as a cat, which is the actual area of the crime itself. And what you see is kind of astounding in that the entire area is covered with this sort of bluish-gray soot. You see a massive blast mark in the rail area itself. The entire rail is unaffected, meaning that the actual lightning rail is not bent or smashed. And also strange, there's no wreckage. There, you would expect to see like pieces of the train itself. Massive burnt out train pieces or cars that have been exploded. But nothing. Just the rail itself, which trails off to the east into the tree line. And this just huge, probably 30 to 45 diameter blast mark that takes up the entirety of where the train most likely was in the rails itself. And in the soot are two outlines, which are now outlined as well in chalk, in a white chalk. And he strides over to one, and he says, I believe that this may be one of the deceased. And you look down at this outline, and you see that it is a relatively small humanoid shape, perhaps 5.5 feet tall. And it has a long, distended tail. Looks very similar to what perhaps the outline of a humanoid dragonborn would look like. That's one of them, he says. And the other one's over there, by the front of the train.
Now you say
over.
deceased, but if they are deceased, where are the bodies?
Well, that's a very good point. We have no idea. But that's, that's what the gnome told us, actually.
If you have no idea, how
Point
did
of
you make
clarification
this
question.
chalk lines?
Well, we assume the worst, after all. What happened last night? It's a horrible explosion. We assume they were vaporized.
Question. If that one, and Vaara points at the chalk outline towards the front of the train, if that one was at the front of the train by the engine, what part of the train would Valdak have been at? Like right here.
To be perfectly honest, I would assume that this is where most of the passenger cars would be.
Okay. And would people take trade rides? Is it just for like, because like Rowan, the bakery owner, said that he takes trades. trains to work? So is it short trips or is it long trips?
Depends on the train, to be perfectly honest. It depends. Some trains are pleasure lines, some more trips in and around the area. Some go in and out of Sire.
What was this train?
So the train that exploded.
What was
where
this
was
train?
it coming
the one
from?
that exploded. Yeah.
Well, we don't rightly know where it came from. It's along the east-west rail going into Sire. We assume it's probably came from Metrel.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is there a public train schedule that we can look at?
Oh, yeah, of course. By all means. And he points to, like, a train schedule on the wall.
Okay.
And the other body? You never said.
Cool.
So I was gonna go look at that.
Sire's gonna look at the train schedule?
The train schedule.
Okay. And what are the rest of you guys doing?
Well, I'd like to know about the other
is-
body.
Oh, sorry. Well, I was saying, Grizz, like, because everyone is sort of talking and doing things, Grizz is just going to, having temporarily blocked the memory of what she saw in that soot, in all of the hubbub and running around and doing of things, she's just going to sit down and start ritual casting Detect Magic again.
Okay.
I think Vaara's trying to figure out if there was like luggage. And if so, would it have been in a separate car from the passenger car, or would it have been if this was where the passenger car was, would people have had bags?
Make a perception check, Vaara.
Okay.
Oof.
Oh!
Yeah, that's a
That dust got way
nat
up
one.
my nose.
So you-
and it's also in both of my shoulder pads.
you
Oh god.
you're like looking at all the different trains to see if you could compare like those trains to what you would assume to be the train that came here yesterday. And it's hard for you to sort of discern which trains are which. The people are coming and going. There's just a lot of foot traffic on all the different platforms. So it's hard for you to discern like which cars would be passenger cars, which cars would be luggage cars, etc., right?
Okay. Cool.
Sorry, you said there was another outline.
Oh, yeah,
What was
yeah,
that?
over here. And he walks up towards where you would assume the main engine would be, but he stops because then probably about 30 or 40 feet behind where you would assume the engine is, there is another outline in the soot. And this outline is also a relatively short, sort of more stocky outline. You would assume it's probably either like a halfling or maybe even a dwarf.
Okay, so someone short, someone stout. Could that person have been related to Rowan in any way?
I don't believe so. The witness in question did see a man. She said she recognized him as a dwarven man who sort of ran for the train, and then once the explosion happened, he disappeared. So we assume it was that man. She did say something very strange. She said that he looked inside the train and screamed. And then the explosion happened.
Did she say where she was standing during this time?
She said she was standing over there. And he points like way down the tracks to the other side, like far, far to the back of where the train would be.
Okay. I'm gonna walk over that way.
Okay.
going to stand where he pointed and sort of observe my surroundings to see if I see anything out of place, perhaps.
Okay. Make a perception check.
Sure thing, Matt. 20.
With a 20, I think
Sure.
that you wouldn't notice anything out of place other than what was already sort of described to you. You do, I think, probably, though, see that there are a number of guards that are posted next to a small, sort of, what do you want to call it? A small, like, office house or whatever you want to call it. Not too far from the actual space that you guys are investigating. There are a number of guards standing outside of it.
Right. Now, we know Rowan is at the station, not at this temporary guard barracks? Question mark?
Well, you are in the station. I think we
Oh.
lost
Okay,
Red, by the way.
sorry,
She's in the station house, and yeah, Red just dropped from Zoom.
Yes.
Yep. Well, hopefully we'll get him back in a second.
Sorry. When I think station, I'm thinking like a police station. I didn't think that.
Yeah,
she's, like,
no,
actually
not
at
the police station.
Okay. Right, well, good to know. So then I will saunter on back over to Benmar and motion over towards the guard station. And I presume that's where Rowan's kept.
Okay.
Judging by the guard presence.
I mean, they're standing
would I be
outside of it.
correct?
Are you? I'm sorry. I beg your pardon. I couldn't hear what you had said. Are you asking?
Oh, yes. I would like to ask Rowan if. Sorry, I'd like to ask Framar if that's where Rowan is.
He sort of looks back in the direction that you're pointing, and he says, "Yeah, that's where we're currently interrogating her. Now everybody's out of order. I gotta move everybody around. Thanks, Red.
Time for art now. Axes.
Yeah, exactly.
Fire drill, go!
Everybody's in,
Stabby. I guess daggers.
Who
They're
am
not
I playing?
axes.
Who am I playing?
everybody's in the wrong place.
You are Xarghuul.
Yeah, I'm just
Nice.
I'm just gonna move people around until they're back in the right place now. Okay, I'm there. That's right.
It's like a slide puzzle!
I think I got it. Yeah, there we go. We're good. I think I got the slide puzzle.
Yay.
Hooray! I fixed it.
Yeah!
All right.
Good job, Matt.
I
You
try.
get an
Good
A
job.
plus in puzzles.
Yay. The puzzle master.
So yeah, he does agree. He says, yeah. That's where she is.
And you agree to let me speak to her?
Yes. Just make it quick, will you?
Let me know when my ritual has finished casting.
Your ritual should have finished.
Okay, because Grizz has had her eyes closed while casting this ritual, trying to just like block out everyone's conversations, and then she opens them. How bad is it, Matt?
It's bad, Grizz.
Like a Jackson Pollock painting?
It looks
Cut it
wor-
back.
It looks like something out of Seven. Like it's just like the like black light. If you put a black light in like that's the in like it's really, really bad. Like all this soot that everywhere is just with that same like horrible light, that sort of putrescence that wafts out of it is just it in your stomach. It's almost to make you want to vomit.
And I think she kind of like staggers up from where she's been kneeling, and it's like she tries to scream, but it gets caught in her throat, and it's just like,
Grace.
So
What's
I think-
wrong?
and she
Girl, I was
closes
gonna
her
just
eyes.
Slap you on the back.
She almost falls over. She catches up. She closes her eyes, and she's like, "There was something I maybe forgot to mention. I remember just now is that this is very, very bad. This is the magics that have done this thing are evil of a kind that I have never seen when my home, it was destroyed and befouled by those creatures. It was nothing. It was a drop. It was a wing of a moth compared to. And she very slowly opens her eyes now that she's kind of prepared for it. Compared to what is happened in this place.
Gonna look over at Pervosk and see his reaction to this information.
He's writing down all of this into his notebook. Interesting. Yeah, we knew the material is of a magical nature, but we're not sure exactly what the cause was.
There is no school to this magic. It has none. It is its own powerful thing. But it is very dark.
Yeah. Well, you can tell he's a little bit uncomfortable by this statement. Off to you. This way. And he just points towards the guard station.
Before he leads us away, I want to lean down and sort of rub my finger into the soot and then kind of like rub it between my fingers. And
I would not touch much of that if you can help it.
there's a lot of this around. Do you think maybe cleaning it up might be good for your city?
Well, once the investigation is completed, then we'll clean up as much as obviously we can.
Well, if it's as bad as she says it is, I mean, do you really want to take the risk this could go boom again?
The investigation comes first, madam.
That's your city.
Yes, it is.
I fluff up one of my shoulder pads and just kind of like offer a hand to Grizz, and I'm like, do you want to sit up here for a minute? Yeah.
And she just kind of nods
and
her
I
head.
just pick her up. Yeah, I pick her up. I don't even let her climb. I just pick her up and I put her on the fluffed up shoulder pad. I'm like, I'm sorry. It's okay.
Where is the woman? I think we need to speak to her.
Yes, we're
Yes, we should.
right over here. And he motions to the guards. The guards separate and allow you entrance to the guardhouse, where they have stationed a good portion of their troops, as well as who seems to be the only living witness to this particular incident.
I think Sai at that point wants to motion over to the... I forget the chief's name.
His name is Vimar. Vimar Bavask.
She'll call for Vimar, or just walk over to him and say, so what time did this happen?
Well, he checks his notebook. He says, believe this happened at, 6 p.m. yesterday. Right about that time.
And whilst I was setting the schedule...
Yeah, you look at the schedule. There's no train that would arrive in this town at that time. Like, you check it to look, like, all trains that go into Vatharond, either from the east or from the west, none of them would arrive at this time.
How big is the...
So this train is right in the middle of a line? It's not beginning or end?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
correct. Vatharond is in the middle between a city to the east called Metrel. There's actually two cities to the east. There's one called Kalazart, and then there's another called Metrel. And then if you go further down to the west beyond Vatharond, you look at cities like Steraliskir, Hatheril, Cragwar, etc., like all these cities that you would have never known where the hell they are.
Does the schedule, like, does it have a map on it, or is it just time, like arrival times?
Yeah, you see a map.
Okay.
You see that Vatharond is actually a city that's just to the west of an area, an area encircled by rivers and lakes, called Cyre.
That we're used to.
Cyre.
Okay. Well, thank you. There's something I can work with on that information. And then she'll walk over to where everybody else went.
Okay.
I think once Liz is actually directed and she sees the guards move aside, she's definitely going to head right over.
So you head into the building, and inside there are several troops and a bedraggled and very scared-looking gnomish woman. She sees you all come into the building. She looks at Vomar, and she says, I don't know nothing. I don't know more than I just told you already. Could you please let me go home to my family? Vomar's like, I do apologize, but the investigation has not yet completed. We still need to keep all suspects detained until we have gotten to the bottom of this. I apologize, Mrs. Blithwillow, but that is the appropriate matter of recourse here. I doubt... And she sort of like gets frustrated and she sort of throws up her hands.
I understand why she'd be...
magic on her.
You don't see anything magic on her, no.
Not even like dust overflow.
Oh, that's a good point. You know what? You would probably, because she's wearing the same clothes from yesterday. Yeah, you do see like like a residue of dust,
Okay.
glowing magical dust on her.
GSR.
Yeah.
Okay, but other than that, nothing else.
Nope.
Okay, cool. Proceed, Miss Liz.
Is she sitting anywhere? Is she like sitting at a table?
Yeah, she's sitting at a table,
I imagine she-
and she's manacled. Her foot is manacled to the bottom of the table.
Okay. Are they like having her sleep at the table, or does she have?
You see that there is a cot that's set up for her in the back room.
Okay. I'm going to approach the table then. Is there another seat
Yeah,
that I can like sit across from her?
absolutely.
Great. Perfect. Then I'm gonna stop, look over to her, and ask her if I can sit.
Who are you?
My name is Elizabeth Sedgwick. I'm an investigator, and I'm hoping I can help you.
Yeah, can you get me out of this mess?
That's my goal, among other things, but helping you is also part of that goal. I was hoping you could answer some questions for me.
I've answered so many questions. I mean, how many more am I going to answer?
What was the name of the guy over at the cafe that we had gone to?
Let me see if I can.
Spelaco.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Sulaco?
You're welcome. Spelaco.
So I
Like,
walks over and says, Sulaco
speculum.
says hello, and he's been worried about you. He hopes to see
Yes.
you soon.
Yes, actually, and I'm gonna reach into my bag and I'm gonna take out the snacks that he said she liked. And
She
offer them to her.
sees the two beignets or donuts or whatever you want to call them, and she greedily eats them. She's clearly very hungry and very scared, and her hands are shaking. But she tastes it, and her eyes sort of close, and she inhales and exhales. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, that was delicious. Oh, yes. Stalaco's
Of course.
a good lad. Oh,
He
apologies.
seems very nice.
So, make a persuasion check with advantage, please.
Can do, Matt. People say shopping trips are useless.
They're not
I
useless.
have a plan. No.
Let
it's
this be a
like
lesson to you, kiddos.
29.
Nice.
In
Yeah.
D&D.
Yeah, exactly. She looks up at you, Elizabeth, and she says, Dear, I apologize. I'm just very scared. They got me so worried. I just want to go home and see my family.
I completely understand. Perhaps I can talk to the nice officer and see what I can do, but I do need to ask you some questions first.
Yes, go ahead, please.
I was hoping you could recollect what happened.
I told him
You can tell
everything,
me
but
what you saw.
I'll tell you everything I told them. Yeah, I take the late train to get home from work. Which, you know, I don't live here. I only work here. But I was running late, and as I rushed to catch the train, it looked quite strange as I was running into the station. It was very misty. Never seen as much fog and mist as I've seen that yesterday. And as I turned the corner, I saw the train, but it didn't look like my train. It was on the same track. Track 40. 40 what track was it? 45? 44? Can't remember.
42.
42. Thank you.
42.
Life, the universe, and everything.
Universe and everything.
Life, universe, and everything. Thank you for reminding me. She says, I looked at track 42. It didn't look like my train. It looked older. It looked older than any train I'd ever seen. And it had this weird sort of emblem on the side of it. I didn't recognise it. It looked like a horse with a horn coming out of his head. And so I stopped at the back of the train, trying to assess if it was my train or if what was it, the wrong track. And I looked, and there was a man. He was very nicely dressed. It's the front of the train. He stepped off as the train came into the station, and he seemed to sort of go back and forth. He looked inside the train, and then he looked on the platform. He didn't notice me, I guess. Kind of looked like he wasn't sure as to whether or not he wanted to actually leave the train. And one man, I believe he was a dwarf. He ran past me, right to the middle of the front of the train. I guess he wanted to catch it just like I did. He looked in, and he screamed at the top of his lungs. And I sort of shook in horror. I don't know what it is that he saw inside the train, but before I could do anything, something happened at the very rear of the train, some kind of horrible explosion. It made my ears ring, and flames. And she starts to sort of tear up. Flames that rushed out in all directions, and everyone on the platform, they were engulfed. I don't know what happened to them. The whole explosion, it knocked me to the side, I hit my head. And that's what I came to. And when I looked, there was no sign of the train. Only a big scorch mark.
When does the train and this is the train that takes you home, right?
Yep. Yeah.
When does that train usually come in?
5:40? 5:45? I was running late. I didn't think I would catch it.
And is the train you usually take populated? Are there a lot of people?
Yeah, usually.
Do we believe her story?
Make an insight check, Vaara.
Can I also make an insight check?
You can give Vaara advantage, which Vaara, I will accept another roll. It's okay. She said it right. Go ahead, roll it again. Double sevens. I love it. Let's see if it's going to be the first on the left. Okay, I see that. A 19. Not bad.
19.
Vaara, I think like you look at her for a second, you're like, huh? And then Elizabeth sort of like, she sort of raises her eyebrows, and Vaara, you look at her again, you sort of see that tears are welling up in the corners of her eyes, and she has this sort of quiver to her hands that belies honesty. Sort of reminds you of someone, but then you forget almost immediately who this reminded you of.
Very LA noir.
So this, you say you saw the dwarf who ran to the front of the train and a man who looked like he was on the train and he got off and then he got back on again?
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
Did you see
Did you
a
s-
dragonborn woman?
No, I didn't see a dragonborn woman.
So I have a question. And maybe this is more for Officer Vabosk than you in particular, but I welcome all insights. If a bunch of people on the platform got engulfed by this explosion, and then conceivably all the people on the train and everything, why are there only 2 chalk marks for bodies?
That's a really good question. As he says, I can count no one amongst the dead or missing except for these particular individuals. One, this dragonborn, who you're, and he sort of flips his notebook and he says, someone quite closely associated with our police department seems to be wanting to investigate. Closes his notebook. But beyond these 2 individuals, we don't notice any other sign of anyone having been anywhere near the train, except for the chalk marks, which indicate clearly someone or 2 has been near the train. And then, of course, for the sole witness.
Like, your people did not draw the chalk? It was there when you got here?
No. We drew the chalk, but we found the outlines of the people in the dust when we arrived.
Did anybody see, any witnesses not here at the accident, see the dragonborn woman coming into the station? Anywhere? Have you asked?
We asked, and he points to Rowan. We asked her, and just like she told you, she didn't see anyone of that description.
But did it occur to you to ask if anybody else in the station, not here at the platform, saw her coming into the station at all?
Yeah, at that time of night, at that particular location, we asked around. We asked all the individuals associated with the shops or anything. None of them seemed to report anyone of that description.
Okay. And Grizz is going to hop down, take a deep breath, and go outside to take another look at that outline while she still has Detect Magic up.
Cool.
You guys go ahead and talk.
Rowan.
Rowan, so I have one more question really quick.
Yes, dear.
Yeah, hi. And Vaara takes out her last Boston cream pie and gives it to her. You seem really hungry.
Oh, thank you, dearie. Thank you.
And then Vaara has a little bit of like immediate regret upon giving it to her. It's fine.
Can buy more.
It's fine. Yes, I know.
You can
I
get
know.
more, Vaara.
Did you recognize, since this is, were you late for your normal train?
Yes, I was, dear.
You said, okay, so did you recognize anyone on the platform? Because I assume occasionally you might be late for your train occasionally. And, you know, you kind of notice people whenever they have patterns. Did you recognize anyone on the platform?
No, dear. I can't say that I did. I didn't recognize any of them.
Is there anyone on the platform aside from the dwarf and you?
There were other people.
She said that there were a bunch of people.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why the math doesn't math. Because I'm very confused as to how there's only 2 bodies.
As am I, dear. As am I.
Because, like, this is 2, right? Yeah, it's like
So-
this many. So...
I have an idea, but it's a bit out there.
So, I did have another question before you present that idea, if possible. Well, 2 questions, really, but they're very brief.
She's just munching away on her little beignet. Go ahead,
Rowan,
dear.
where do you usually go?
Pardon me?
Where's your home? Where's your home?
Yeah, I live to the east here. I live in Xarghuul. Sorry, to the west, not to the east.
So the train was heading east. So the train was heading west. Okay.
Yes, it was heading west. It was coming from the... And she just checks her locations. I believe it was heading from... Yeah, it was coming in from Zaire.
I checked
Okay,
the schedule.
and-
There's no train scheduled for 6 p.m.
One other question, if I may. The dwarf and the man you saw at the train, were they dressed differently?
Yes, of course, dear. The man who came off the train, he was very nicely dressed, I must say. But the dwarf, he was, let's call him a shabby chic. He looked like he was in quite a big hurry, though.
Did he look like he was running from something?
I can't say that I thought he was running from something. He wasn't looking behind him. He was just calling for the train to stop, and then he ran onto the train, and then he screamed at the top of his lungs, and then boom, landed on my head.
So you said that the train had a unicorn on it.
Is that what they're called, dear? I don't know. I didn't know.
It's alright.
Right? Unicorn, horse
Yeah,
with,
it
like,
sounded
horns
like a
going this
unicorn,
way.
yes.
What? I never knew what those were called. A unicorn.
Oh, a unicorn, yeah. So you're welcome. Was anyone else on the platform wearing like an emblem or anything like that? Like the guy
The
that
person
got
on the
off the
train.
train.
Yeah, no, I didn't see
Like,
anything
was he-
like that on him. He was very nicely dressed, though, I must say.
Okay, so he probably didn't work for the train then. He's probably a passenger. Okay. Does she and Vaara looks at the Lestrade standing there. Whatever his name is.
Love it.
Vamar Bavask, yes.
Yes, Vamar Babask. And she goes, do you know what a unicorn is? Or is that...
He looks at you and he says, I mean, I don't really know what it is that you've just said. What is a unicorn?
Interesting.
Uh,
It's a
From
horse with a
our-
horn.
Not familiar to me, I'm afraid.
Okay,
Verma,
interesting.
can I speak to you privately? I have a
Riveting.
question. Maybe you can answer.
He sort of rolls his eyes. He says, very well, hurry up, please. And he ushers you outside.
Right.
Crosses his arms.
How long has this city had trains?
Since I can remember.
And does it at all strike you odd that this train doesn't look like it belongs?
Well, that's the strange thing about it now, don't you think?
It is. It sounds, and this may sound outlandish, I'm sure, but it sounds like this train could not belong here. That perhaps it is another time.
I beg your pardon?
Well, are there any accidents that have happened on that rail in the past?
Not to my knowledge. The rail is as safe as a mode of transportation as I've ever known.
But I'm sure accidents do happen.
Of course,
That's
accidents
because of
happen,
everything.
but not like this. Not that I'm aware of.
Of the train that no one knows, maybe there's a reason for that.
I don't understand your point.
I think this goes into what I was thinking, Liz. What if
What were you
it's not a train at all? It's the spirits of who died on that train. And this gnome can actually see the spirits that were killed in an explosion.
I mean,
He
there's-
starts laughing. The Vamar's like, you've got to be kidding me. You call yourselves investigators? Oh
As
my
I said,
god.
it's an outlandish theory.
Yeah, I would call it more of an insane one, to be perfectly honest.
Well, I have been called insane a few times before, so... Sorry, I'm going in
Is there any... Is there a place I can find out records
Records of what?
of accidents in the past?
Actions in the past?
Yes. Sure that there must be history here.
I mean, somewhere I assume, but nowhere I'd know.
Do you know who I could ask?
Not off the top of my head.
Who runs the trains?
Each individual train line is run by the train's company.
Are there any companies here that we can visit?
Not here in this city. They're all run out of different places here in Corvair. This is just a stop along the line. There's no train yards near here.
Pity.
So,
Vaara is going to
yeah.
wander outside to check on Grizz, having been overwhelmed with questions and forbidden unicorn knowledge.
Grizz, what are you doing?
I have gone back outside while my detect magic is still active. I want to go first to the outline of the Dragonborn.
Okay.
And I want to try to look past all of the just dark, evil magic in the soot and see if I can see any other magic remnants in that outline. Specifically, I'm trying to figure out if the Dragonborn was invisible at the time that they were here on the platform when the train exploded.
That would be difficult. That would be really difficult. So I'm going to give you a relatively high DC.
That's fine.
So
Okay.
you can make either an Arcana or an Investigation check.
Wow, those are both equally bad. Even though I'm a wisdom caster, I can't do something wisdom related.
I mean, wisdom really isn't the kind of thing that you're trying to look into here. You're trying to figure out whether or not
Okay.
this is invisibility that you're trying to figure out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yes. Through my detect magic spell. All right. They're both bad, so let's go with Arcana. 18. Okay, I could have been worse.
Okay. Yeah, I think, although you can't be sure exactly if invisibility was something that this particular Dragonborn was able to use, you do note, just in the way that the body is positioned, that it's like sort of hunched down. So it could very well be that if this individual Dragonborn wasn't invisible per se, they may have been like hiding or hiding behind something out of sight of whoever was attempting to look for it.
Okay. And then we've established through line of questioning that there were other people on the platform other than just the dwarf.
Yes, Rowan saw
Afraid
other
of it.
people on the platform that were enveloped by this flame.
Okay. Can I, like, while looking at this, try to determine any reason that these two individuals left outlines and no one else did?
Tough to say. I can't say that for certain with the kind of information that you have right now, Grizz. I'm not going to say it's
And with
impossible.
detect
Yeah, I'm not going to say it's impossible. But I think that you have two choices. You can either make a check, again, very high check, considering what information you have right now. I'm going to say make either, and I know you're going to hate me for saying it because these are intelligence-based.
I know.
But make either a history check or an arcana check.
I am actually trained in history, so
There you
we'll
go.
try a history.
Give it a
check.
shot.
Why not?
You got this.
Yeah, 10.
Balls!
So
Only advantage.
something doesn't smell right, Grizz. Obviously, you're sort of trying to figure it out. And I think that Vaara, you said you went out to sort of check on Grizz, right?
Yeah, I'm headed out.
Cool. Yeah, you see Grizz sort of like fumbling in the soot. She's trying to she's got her clawed hand on her face. She's got this sort of look of consternation on her, and she's just sort of shaking her head, and she's looking around. And what's weird is that beyond the very, I won't even need you to make a check for this. Beyond the very noticeable and recognizable footprints, booted footprints, of the gendarmerie, there are no other footprints that indicate the number of people that would have been on the platform at the time that Rowan says that there would have been. Just these two outlines.
Grizz, are you okay?
Aside from being assaulted by evil magics on all sides, I am frustrated because something here just does not make sense. If there were many peoples here on platform, why only two outlines? If everyone is dead, why only these two leave outlines? Or does that mean these two are only two dead and others poof somewhere else? Or does it mean everyone else dead and these two poof somewhere else?
Well, I have a question. Because you know magic and stuff.
Yes.
Does magic leave footprints? Because I'm looking around and there's no footprints anywhere. And people leave footprints. But if magic does it, then... Oh, my brain hurts. It hurts a lot right now. I'm thinking very hard. But
What
if
you mean?
But if she saw people, but there were no people. Was someone trying to make her see people that weren't there?
Oh, if the peoples were illusions, then would be no prints and would be no outlines. Actually, yes, that is very smart thinkings you have done.
Sai?
Do you know what a unicorn is?
You have
Of
Sai.
course I know what unicorn.
Hey, Sai, really quickly. Sorry to interrupt you two. Apologies. Sai,
Yeah.
do you have being a Harengon, do you have like senses of smell or hearing that are greatly enhanced by your lineage?
Basically just things like lucky footwork, hair trigger, rabbit hop.
Nothing to do with your really long, amazing, awesome ears that you can hear through?
Nope.
Well, they did you dirty with these Harengon traits, man. Jeez.
They did. Oh, I also forgot I also have that.
Let's see. What did you... Sorry, did you post something? I missed it.
It's official inquiry.
Oh, you have official inquiry too? Okay, so great. You're both...
Yeah.
Everybody's an investigator!
I could probably wild shape into something that has keen hearing.
No, this is just like more passive,
like
I would
Devil
think.
Sight and
oh,
like
gotcha.
that, but I don't know if Devil Sight would help. The only other thing I can think of is using Eyes of the Grave.
No, this doesn't really apply.
Undead.
It's really more for hearing or senses beyond your normal. Do any of the five of you have smell or hearing that would be affected by your racial benefits?
I doubt
Not
that.
unless I wild shape into something
Okay.
that has.
Okay, fair enough.
Let me see. I don't think so.
Yeah,
But
I don't.
let me
I
double
was
check.
just checking, just because
I
size of
was
hair and
just a
gun,
cult
so I
woman.
immediately thought, "Lo, rabbit, large ears, can hear."
Yeah, can they hear well?
I can find food and fresh water for myself and up to 5 other people per day.
Don't think that applies, but thank you for playing.
Not yet.
I have advantage on saves against being charged.
Okay.
I
No.
manifest echoes.
No, that's just not no.
That has to do with hearing.
Um.
No.
Okay, so Vaara, as you're talking
You
to
can have a familiar.
as you're talking to Grizz outside,
Mm-hmm.
the area is darkening quite severely. The sun has gone down.
Okay.
It is now night, and you're seeing
Oh.
around you in the area the sort of smoke and mist from the station has begun to envelop almost the entire area now. It's very difficult to see. These sort of tendrils of fog are roiling around your feet.
Mm-hmm.
Grizz, you're seeing the same. You're seeing these just mists begin to envelop the entire area. The lights on the street are all sort of being shrouded in a dark grayish mist. Sai, Elizabeth, Xarghuul, what are you guys doing?
I
Well-
think for Liz, she is probably trying to convince Mar to, at the very least, give Rowan some kind of better lodging.
You're outside though with
She
him because
doesn't
you took him outside for a private
Yeah.
chat, right? Okay.
I took him outside for a private chat. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
And
like
I think Sai came with me. along
yeah,
with-
he's like sorry. He's sort of waving away these like clouds of mist that are in his face. Sorry, apologies. You're noticing as well, Elizabeth, that this place has become very, very obscured with this sort of mist that's probably around, I don't know, waist height and
Okay.
sort of in your general vicinity.
I'm going to motion to the mist, be like, don't you think this is rather odd?
Yeah, must be
Where
a
I'm from, this is not a good sign.
mist. That's normal. Look at it. Not like this, but I mean, we get mist every once in a while. Comes off Lake Saar. It's a little bit much, though. I'm gonna head back inside and just grab a cuppa, right?
That's perfect. If you could, please consider what I've said. I don't think Rowan is responsible for this, and I really think you shouldn't have her chained in this small hut. Let her go home. Or at the very least, give her some better place to stay.
I'll consider it. And then he goes inside and shuts the door behind him. Xarghuul and Sai, are you inside or outside?
Inside.
Okay. You see Vamar sort of shut the door behind him, and then he says to the two of you, says, I don't know if you have any more questions for the accused, and he sort of looks down, I mean the suspect. But now's the time. The rest of your party, so to call, was outside.
I very much doubt she's capable of doing something like this.
Yeah.
We have an unregistered train, older than it should be, coming in at an unscheduled time, heading in a direction that other trains go, going west, that explodes. Supposedly there were many other people, but we only have 2 outlines. The amount of power that it would take in order for that to happen, I'm fairly certain is well beyond this person's capabilities. Ma'am, what is your profession?
Rowan looks at you and she says, I'm a seamstress.
And do you have any talent with any kind of magic, or you just good at weaving thread?
No magical talent at all.
I don't think she's capable of doing this.
Well, that's certainly your opinion. Thank you for it.
I just had one question before we go, but for you. And he looks at the what's his name?
Vamar Bavask. This is only the 7th time I've said it this episode. It's fine.
Yeah, Vast. Who was the first on the scene?
I beg your pardon.
Who was the first on the scene?
You mean of my people?
Yeah. Yes. I mean, Miss Gnome here, well, she was here all the time, but who came first?
Yeah.
After the explosion happened, who got here first?
Yeah, I mean, my team got here first. I think it was Philip and Barty. Yeah, they arrived here first on the scene. They're still here. Why?
Personally, I would be questioning them.
Why would I question my own men?
That is the question I'm asking you. Why would you question them? If you trust them, if you don't trust them...
He squints at you hard, Xarghuul. He squints at you hard and he's shaking his head. He's like, are you serious?
Anything could happen. I'm just saying.
Right. That's enough of that then. He just like motions with his head.
I only have one more question for the witness.
Mm-hmm.
How long have you been working in this town?
She looks at you, Sai, and she says, I've been working here since I was a young whip of a thing. Maybe 30, 35 years.
I would say take that into consideration when considering motive. She seems like she does fairly well. Why would she want to cause any harm? That's all. And then Sai takes her leave.
Sai, make a perception check.
Okie dokie. No.
You can't be sure what you heard. You can't be sure what you heard coming out of Rowan's mouth. But she mumbles something. I'll give you a word that you hear. And she says it in a very sort of sad way. Just as the door closes behind you. She says, and I'll say it as if she says it so that you can only hear the one word. Moorland. And then the door shuts.
Moorland.
Moorland.
Moorland, okay.
The door shuts behind you, Sai. Grizz, you're the closest to the track, so you see this first. Although the mists seem to have gotten thicker in the time that you've been investigating the platform, and it's so much so that you could probably hardly see, 10 feet in front of you. When the sound of a train whistle pierces the silence. And suddenly, from the east, a train pulls into the station on the same track as the one from last night's incident. It looks old.
Scrambling the fuck away from the track as this happens.
Absolutely. It looks old and rusted like it's barely holding together. The engine, as it pierces the veil of mist, is writhed with this electrical energy that seems to power it. And as the four of you stare at this train, you see that whatever style and decorative flourishes that it might have had are all faded. Except for two things. One, a motif on the side of it of a unicorn head. And two, words imprinted in common on the side of the engine. And it says, Sire 1313. And then underneath, Dorian Express.
Oh dear.
And the train stops in front of you. And on one side of the train, you hear a hiss of steam as all of the doors of one car closest to you slide open.
Osiris diving back into the room.
I
that she was in.
grab Grizz.
Sorry,
Although we just lost Megan.
Megan's sound just dropped.
Megan cut out.
Ooh, sorry, Megan. We can't hear you anymore. All I heard was I grabbed Grizz. I grabbed Grizz, and suddenly a silence spell.
Megan, can you hear us? We can't hear you.
I can now.
There we go.
Sorry,
Oh,
my
now
Discord
and
disconnected.
you're back.
We got you.
There you go.
We got you.
Yeah.
All right. So you
Okay.
grab Grizz and
I grab Grizz, manifest my echo, and I use my bonus action to teleport to switch spaces with my echo to where we are immediately like 30 feet away.
Okay. You're 30 feet away. The doors stay open.
I want to knock on the door to the shack since I'm outside of it to hope that.
No response.
Fun. Okay. Isn't I thought Sai was in the shack.
Side just came out.
Did Sai jump into the
Oh,
shack?
Sai-
Sorry, apologies.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had her jump right back in.
Okay. So you,
She opened the door and just
Sai, you
ran
try
back
to
into
you
my
try to open the
train.
door. The door does not open.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna walk towards the cart.
Walk towards the what now?
The car.
Oh,
With the door open.
towards the door. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Gonna see if I can see anything inside.
You see a plush carpet, wooden chairs or seats, and that's it.
Fucking knew it.
I'm looking
Time train.
for the man.
What do you want to do?
I'm looking for the man. Is he like this man who wasn't sure if he wanted to get on or off the train? Is he on the train again? Is there anybody in any of the windows of any of the other cars?
The windows are all frosted. It's very almost impossible to see through them. It's also because of the mist. You can't see who's on the other side. There's no light peering through the other side, so you can't see it. They're almost opaque.
I lean close to Grizz and I'm like, I'm the absolute wrong person to ask, but do you recognize that unicorn symbol? Like, is it a particular company or something?
I'm also the wrong person to ask, but can I make a history check and find out?
Absolutely.
At least your memory doesn't reset every long
18.
With an 18, you are positive that you have never seen this symbol before.
Fair.
I have no idea. I know what unicorns are, but we do not have them in swamp.
Okay,
Get a step closer.
fair.
You step closer. Do you step into the car or do you stay outside of it, Elizabeth?
I'm gonna lean my head at an angle to see if I can see anything inside, aside from the carpet.
Okay, you lean your head inside and then you disappear. Elizabeth, you are no longer considered part of this party for the rest of this episode. Vaara, Xarghuul, Sai, and Grzdlyln, you watch Elizabeth disappear inside the car.
I knew we had to go inside the goddamn train.
We have to
Son of
go
a bitch.
inside?
We have to go in the train. Liz is in the train. We can't let the train leave with only Liz. We have to go in the fucking train.
Okay.
So Sai makes a mad dash towards the train and waits for everybody else.
Okay?
No, Xarghuul would go in, but before he goes in, he's going to cast a spell on himself.
What spell are you casting?
He's going to cast Protection from Evil and Good.
Fantastic. You cast Protection from Evil and Good.
On himself, and then he'll walk into the train.
Okay. Xarghuul disappears.
Ugh, I do not like this. Have I mentioned that I do not like this? Because I do not like this. This is bad.
My Discord keeps disconnecting sound for some reason.
No worries. We still hear you.
Why? Vaara. Okay, good. Vaara's gonna activate her flying boots and say, "Well, if we're going inside, I'm going inside flying." And
Sai jumps in.
shoulder pads are to here now.
Side jumps, Vaara steps or flies in.
Got pauldrons.
Fair enough.
A space marine
Right.
without the power armor.
Grizz?
I guess. Never fuck this. She turns into a cat again and then just pads over and jumps into the car as a cat.
Grizz, as you jump into the car, you see from the back of the train a brilliant bluish gray light that balloons from the point at which you saw the train emerge from, like a horrible cloud of that same material, energy, that was of the same color and effervescence as the soot. And as you jump onto the train, it makes this horrible, screaming howl as it overcomes the entire back of the train. And as you leap, you feel this horrible, not a heat, but the opposite of it. You feel an enervation of energy and life pour over where you were standing. And you then see and feel nothing, as do the rest of you. The five of you stand near each other on a train. This train is in motion. You know that because you hear the sound of the engine. This sort of strange, roiling engine sound. No longer the sound of the outside station, but the sound of, well, the sound of the train. As it travels along the lightning rail. And you look to see each other standing right next to each other. Grizz is a cat. That's the only difference. That Grizz is sort of looking up at you. You recognize Grizz because she is indeed a horrible, bespeckled and mottled-looking cat. But beyond that, the four of you look at each other, and you're different. You're different in that, unlike the vague agency where you are only being seen in grays and blacks and whites, this time, well, technically speaking, you don't look like yourselves at all. Because you're dead. And you are on a train, the car of which is populated by the dead. Skeletons and zombified humanoids sit on this train. And I'd like each of you, in the remaining few minutes that we have, to tell me what it is that you look like dead.
I'll go first.
Go ahead.
So, most of her ears are missing. There will be large patches of fur and skin that won't be there. And it'll just be mostly her face, where you can see this, exposed. So you can see her upper and lower jaw, some of her teeth, some of them are missing. Some of her neck is exposed, so you can kind of see the back of her neck. And her clothes are rather tattered.
Who's next?
Her hands are just skeleton.
I'll go.
Go ahead.
Dead cat Grizz doesn't look all that much different because her cat form was already pretty mangy and sad, but her eyes have gone milky and only her paws are skeletal. But she also somehow knows in her mind, looking at her companions and seeing what they look like. She can sort of, I don't know, even in her wild shape, still sense what her normal shape is. And her greenish skin has turned an ashen gray and has gone dry and papery and almost translucent. And the tips of her fingers and the tips of her toes are exposed bone. And her eyes are also milky, just like the cat's.
Who's next?
Can I get a brief recap as to what happened? Because my sound cut out.
We all went on the train and found out we're all dead.
4 minutes.
We're
We're on a
We are-
train
it was-
populated
Train's
populated
populated
by the dead zombies and skeletons
and ghosts.
and that aspect.
And I would like you to
And
tell
yes,
me
right.
what it is that you
Strange.
would say that you all look like dead.
Oh.
Now, I have a question about this specific inquiry. Could like our clothes be different?
Sure.
Could we look different in other ways?
Absolutely.
Great. Okay, I can go. Liz still stands relatively the same posture she stood when she was alive. Her hair is sort of a lot more disheveled. She has like dried like tear stains on the side of her face. It looks like she hasn't been dead for too long. Her skin is a lot more pale than it is anyway. And her outfit is much more simple. She's wearing like a like a dress with like an apron, and the front of her chest is just completely covered in stab marks and dried blood.
Cool. Vaara, Xarghuul.
I think Vaara is sort of this blank canvas in a way, in that all you see is scars and broken bones.
Cool.
And a void. Yeah.
And Xarghuul.
I have an idea, but I'm not sure if it would be what Xarghuul. Because considering who his deity prays to is Shah, I'm thinking that Xarghuul would look a lot like a zombie.
Okay. So a zombified kobold.
Zombified kobold. His goggles have got smashed lenses, and behind the goggles you can just see the eyes. There is nothing there, and you can see the probably like koboldish blood just dripping from the eyes, and yet his movement is more like he is being puppeted rather than controlled on with his own actions.
Okay. As the five of you look at each other in your desiccated, decrepit conditions and realize that this is no joke, this is no trick, you're all dead. You feel for your pulse, nothing. You breathe out, no breath. You are all
I didn't breathe anyway.
100% deceased. You stand there staring at each other and all these other passengers on this train. You look out the windows and you just see interminable mist. And strangely, as you are about to say something to each other, a voice apparates from somewhere above you in this car somewhere. The passengers strain their non-existent ears to hear it, and the voice of a man comes through what sounds like some kind of source, like a speaker, perhaps. And it says, "We've just left Metro, and we're heading towards our destination to the west. We hope that you enjoy your time here aboard the Sire 1313 Dorian Express." And I think I've just TPK'd you all.
I was gonna say, what the fuck, man?
And that's where we're gonna stop for tonight.
This train's full of shit,
This
man.
was really a one-shot.
I mean, like, if you really wanted to get rid of the B team that quickly,
I
shit.
mean, it's kind of what I do.
I was right. It's a fucking ghost train.
Congratulations, you're very smart.
Well, I am the investigator, and
Did we lose someone? Hold on, we did lose someone.
Megan just dropped.
Oh,
Yeah.
balls. Oh, dear.
Having a bunch
having
of technical
connection
difficulties.
She did have a lot of internet issues tonight, so yeah, I'll leave that out. But yeah, I think that's it for now. We'll find out what the hell this is all about when we come back to our B team crew. Our very dead B team. Maybe we should call it the D team. Yes. Anyway, we are here to say thank you to all of you as we say goodnight. And we shall see you again soon. For those of you who are still here and can be seen, hopefully, let's find out where you all can be found upon the internets. Let's just go upwards this way. So, Red, start us off. Where can you be found upon the internet, please?
You can find me at most social media websites, though I don't post there, so maybe you can't find me there. But you'll most definitely find me on our Discord, which I'm assuming either one of these watchers, or Matt, or Mr. Up, or even I can post. You can find me on our Discord, where I talk about the games that I want to run and want to be in.
Excellent. Let's go to the next person in the team here. Let's go to, who can be seen at least clearly, and that's up to the top left corner, up that way. That's Sarah. Sarah, where can you be found upon the internet, please?
Megan just posted our Discord that everything died and her laptop gave her a scary message.
That's the scariest thing of all, honestly. So
thoughts and prayers to Megan's laptop, but you can find her at Megan Lanapp on Instagram.
Thank you for doing that for her, Sarah.
Her laptop is on the train as well.
Yeah, I guess
her laptop is on the train.
See, that was such a powerful TPK. I killed her laptop too at the same time.
You did. And I am Sarah, and you can find me on the interwebs at Lovely Llama. When I get around to occasionally posting things on Instagram, on our Discord, where
She's back. She just came back in.
Yay!
Of course, things are gonna be all fucked up on the Discord thing in a sec. There we go.
That's fine.
That's fine. Don't worry about it, folks.
Hey, there she is.
Yeah.
Where you can find. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you can find me on our Discord. I'm bad at keeping up with it, but if you ping me, I will respond eventually. And here on Slices and Dices all the time, because I love you.
Beautiful.
Yay. I love you too.
Let's go to Jane. Jane, where can you be found up on the internet, please?
Oh shit! You can find me on the Slices and Dices Discord server, and our sister Discord server of Maids of Fate. I post a shitload of memes and generally just try to have some fun. And we're off to a crazy 2025 so far. We're genuinely living up to that WTF for the first 3 days, you know?
Mm-hmm. Ain't that the truth?
So let's try to relax over the next few weeks and get through January.
I agree.
Because there's some good shit coming up.
Indeed. Maeve, where can you be found up on the internet?
Hey, Maeve. You can find me here. I play Ravenloft with all you fun folks. I'm echoing. It's okay. You can also find me on our Discord as people message. You can find me on Maids of Fate. You can find me on Blue Sky under Maeve Climber. I do art, and I'm gonna try to post more art this year. I'm hoping I can actually do art and post it like I should, because I can't make it anywhere with art if I don't post my shit. So anyway,
right on.
Hopefully we're not all dead, and yeah.
Oh no, you're definitely dead. I'm just gonna say it right now. You're like you're dead.
Yeah.
No. You're dead. Here. I have the proof. Here, wait. Let me put the little things on your markers here, on your tokens. Dead.
The term living impaired, sir.
Dead.
Who's it gonna pick last, though?
Where is my handbook for the recent
that will come very soon. Dead. All 5 of you. Dead ski. There.
Well, I mean, it's okay.
I died as I lived. Extremely stupid.
Look at better. It's okay.
I forgot to give you one really great piece of art that I want to give to you now, since everybody's here.
Oh.
Welcome to the Sire 1313, the Dorian Express.
Oh my god, this is amazing.
So, did we get to suplex this train at some point?
That
This train is terrifying.
I love it.
It's awesome
Why does the
looking.
train have bones?
Great
Dead train.
question.
Isn't it? Isn't it just?
It
Phantom
used to be
train.
a purple worm, and now it's a train.
Nope.
Is it a dead unicorn? Are we flying around in the belly of a dead unicorn?
I will neither confirm nor deny any unicorn corpse fuckage. So let's just.
Matt, you really shouldn't fuck corpses, man.
Well, I try.
No.
I try. Every year I tell myself the same thing. Don't fuck a corpse, Matt. And yet, here we are. So.
Here we are.
Speaking of which, wow, that really outed me. Hey, everybody.
Well, you can also let Megan do her own sign off.
Oh, yeah, Megan is here. Megan. Yeah, Sarah gave you a sign off, but yeah, give
I
us.
signed off for you.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Thank
Give us
you.
a
I
sign off,
appreciate it.
Megan. Where can we be found on the internet?
I'm me, Megan. You can find me at Megan Lanap on Instagram or in our Discord, or on some fun new projects coming up this summer that I'm excited to talk about soon.
Yes, very interesting. I have to do the yes fingers. Thank you so much, everybody. Yeah, hey, I'm Matt. I just killed my party. Woo! Did it, folks?
No.
Oh,
guys.
No, Matt.
yeah, I should
I
have.
mean, we really did the train. We kind of
Matt was
TPK'd
the silver-
ourselves.
You kind of did.
Yeah.
But I gave you the
Silver
instrument of
lining
your
is
own
the one shot
destruction.
that actually went for one shot.
It did. It
I
did.
mean,
Well, there's a second
I
part
don't
of
think
it.
we're
So.
done, guys. Yeah.
Oh, you're dead,
Alright.
but you're not done. There we go. I like that. You're dead, but you're not done.
Yeah.
You're
And
done
never
when
done
I
with
say it. No, I'm just kidding.
Spirit Adventure Party of 5 Part 2.
Yeah. So the next time we see these 5 again, they will pick up and find out what the hell happened and why they are how they are and what, if anything, can they do about it. Yeah, that'll be fun. So we've got a whole lot of stuff coming here in 2025. I can't speak about all of it at the same time because my brain will explode. But I will talk to you about some really great stuff that we have starting up in January. The long-awaited return of Alien RPG. Building Better Worlds, folks.
yeah.
We're getting back on track with the Building Better Worlds campaign. It's coming out with a Session 0 January 9th, which is a Thursday. So stay tuned for that. Of course, we're going to come back as well to Call of Cthulhu, GM'd by our own Jonathan, who we can't wait to see back again at the helm. There will be a variety of other things that will be helmed by the people that you see up and around you. Of course, there's Red, who has his Star Wars game. There's Megan, who has that secret project that we can't talk about yet, but we will talk about it soon. We've got Maeve, who's got her own shit that she's also brewing and ruminating. Jane, I'm sure, can probably pull something out of a hat and run it if she wanted to.
Cyberpunk, doesn't she?
Oh yeah.
That's true. Sarah, of course, has Vaesen and Vaesen coming down the pike, and Patrick with other things from Everyday Heroes. There's just so much amazing talent on this goddamn channel, and I'm proud to be part of it. And maybe, if at all, helping to get all of you to the places where you want to be in this wonderful world that we find ourselves in. A lot of really cool collaborations. Of course, we're still working very closely with our friends in Czepeku, our friends at my God, Monument Sound, which of course you've heard as well. Into the AM, whose shirts are awesome and comfortable, and we love them. And we will continue to plug them as long as they want us to plug them. But that's sort of a taste, a little hors d'oeuvre. What's that?
What about Darth?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Cool.
Darth. Yeah, Darth Caustic, who's in chat. He's got his own stuff coming out as well.
Yeah.
I think he wants to run some cool, spooky shit that we will...
But what else is he making for you?
Oh, of course, yes. Oh, my God. How could I forget? Plug these fucking things that have been on my desk the whole time, and I've been sort of just, insistively played with. Look at these fucking dice, man. These are the fucking slices and dices. The dices, the actual dices from Slice. I have actual slices and dices.
Slice.
Oh my God,
We need the slices though.
Actual,
I want them.
real life slices.
I need to buy some.
So if you want,
Ironhead or JF can deal with the slices.
yes, and then I've got
We've
the dices.
Darth doing the dices.
Yes.
Yeah.
So go to Darth's Discord, which is called Grum's Bag of Holding, which he's pushing in chat, and I will, of course, push in the show notes as well. Go on his Discord where you can order your own awesome set in your own color, of course. I prefer the red and gold for my own branding purposes.
Purple and silver.
Do what you want. Do you. Choose your own color dice. But yeah, we've got all these great merch. We've got shirts. We've got stuff on Streamlabs. I'm going to stop shilling because I want everybody to get a good night's sleep. And I think that it's time that we did that. Thank you as well to all the people in chat that have been here the whole time. Give us a like, give us a follow on YouTube if you want to support the channel. And that's it for now. Ghost Train's coming, folks. So let's see what comes. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. So until we see each other again, thank you for watching. And remember, folks, take care of each other, but do not forget to take care of yourselves, especially.
And not to go on creepy trains.
If you're dead. Bye.